On a bloody march, the Bolsheviks are approaching Kyiv. In attempt to save the nation, Simon Petlura sends a chape to Europe with the ancient Ukrainian carol, revived by the genius Mykola Leontovich. The Ukrainian composer began working on his masterpiece in Pokrovsk city 120 years ago. Occupied Ukraine, repression, executed Renaissance, the Shchedrik was the first to break free and continued to live all over the world since then and till today.
Музиканти, може ти зіграєш хлопцям поки?
Та на чому тут зіграю? Хіба що на ваших нервах?
Ні, побережи наші нерви. Дивись, що в мене для тебе є.
І що це? Що? Справжня флейта? А де ви її намотили?
Ну, чого одразу намотив? Це одна файна краля під час евакуації підігнала. Ось я про тебе і згадав. На, тримай, може буде з тебе толк. О, збираєш як справжню рушницю.
Так, мистецтво – це зброя.
О, я бачу, ти справжній маестро.
А ви що думали, я тільки про бойові вмію свистіти? Чому я закінчив?
Закругляемся, меняем локацию. Пацаны, сбир.
Hi, rollers. I guess I need to read the text for you here. Do not let the sun become silence. Join the pack. The subtitles were here, but there was no translation for this part. Now, the composer is Mykola Leontovich. Aranżowanie Philip Spark. Aranżowanie is arrangement, I guess. Philip Spark and Roland Orban. The conductor Volodymyr Sidorchenko was performed by the pipe orchestra of Kyiv Municipal Academy of Music, named after R.M. Glier. This project was put to life by the 5th Center of Recruiting of Special Operation Forces and Bachish Agency, supported by KP. I'm not sure what the hell is that. Kyivsky Metropolitan. Yeah, so Kyiv Metro. Metropolitan. Okay, here I am. So this was a Shedrik. Hi guys, good to see you all. The camera is again not focused on my face. Now it is. So I really liked this performance, and I liked the connection of it to war and, to our defenders, to the resistance that Ukrainians commit and show and perform in the last 4 years. Thank you, Georgie Fella, for £5 super sticker. I really appreciate it. And Robert Johnsar for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. So today, to be honest, I would like to set the goal for gifted memberships again. As always, at least 200 of them. We did not reach it last week, so maybe this week. Maybe this week. Okay, so that's 25, right? 200 minus 25. 175 left. So, guys, I have 51 minutes for the news. Then we're going to have Maksym Eristavi for 1 hour. Then Dylan Burns and Roman Trochemets will join us. Then Aziza somewhere in half an hour after that. So there's going to be, a lot here today and a lot of work for me, inviting the guests, trying to figure out some good questions, but I did not have enough time to work on questions to prepare them beforehand. So you gotta help me with this or in this. Thank you for that. Hello everyone who is joining. I see the people in the chat. Hello Yana, good to see you. Thank you Pyrocurt for 10 gifted memberships. So that's 165 left. Guys, if anyone can follow the leadership of Robert Jonassar and Pyrocurt, I will really appreciate the gifted memberships. Thank you. So, also the fundraising goal, right? What do we have there? $3,000 minus $20 from Martin Bisick during the Free Azov stream. $24.11 also during Free Azov stream was donated by Ruth Wolfer. Fundraiser cars, thank you. So minus 24.11 and minus, guys, just when I it was before the stream. Right before the stream, Amonsky donated $112.34. Thank you, Amonsky. And he said, Amonsky, for what is needed. Thank you, Amonsky. The Christmas is coming, guys. It is very close, and in Ukraine, it is very different for different people. For those who care, it is connected to war. For those who, actually for me Christmas is also is also raising funds for Ukrainian army. I'm gonna be doing it on 24th too, and on 25th. I just am gonna do on 25th. I'm gonna do it from the Ukrainian Christmas. How to call it? Kolyada, or it's gonna be like a Christmas march. We're gonna dress up as I'm gonna be dressed up as an imp, chort. Remember the word, guys? So you will see how our politicians really look inside. I will be dressed up as one, as a chort. So yeah, there's something that you're gonna see. That you're gonna see this. Next Thursday. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of interesting stuff there. So don't miss that stream. I'm hoping to tell you some information about Kolyada later today, probably somewhere in the middle of the night. So don't leave the stream too early. There's gonna be interesting stuff happening there. So guys, what do we have? We had also $337 from Sir and Mrs. Garrick. Thank you very much, Sir and Mrs. Garrick. $337.02. And minus $56.17 from that person lately doesn't want to be named, so let's call him Anonymous. So minus 56.17. That person said this: Dear Mr. Nehmatulin, this is me, Maksym, Jay, Dylan, Nay, come on, we need less Anglo-Saxon voices, and he 95% of his time streams about US politics from Ukraine. I haven't in a while, but I'll be watching this one live. For Maksym, good luck with your stream, you glorious motherfucker. Thank you very much, Mr. R. Okay, so $56.17. And guys, that means we still need to raise $2,450.36 tonight. That's a shitload of money. But as always, we're going to reach the goal sooner or later. Better sooner, because later usually means 4 or 5 a.m. these days. So I ask you to help me with this, guys. Thank you. So what is the raffle item today? And the whole week, and this week ends today. This is why it is still on the raffle. Elephant team. Elephant is the hero of Ukraine. Officially, he is a hero of Ukraine. His story is glorious, and we should know his name. Let me show him to you. This is his photo. His name is Ihor, was, unfortunately, Ihor Polovy, who is, you don't see him yet, sorry guys, there he is. I need to make his photo bigger. Ihor Polovy was the commander of El Greco and his guys. He was only 28 years old when Russians killed him. On the battlefield, he was a true warrior, an exemplary leader. He was the leader of the elephant team. He was the elephant, Slon in Ukrainian. Slon always led his guys into the battle first, and he was always inspiring them, and they never doubted any of his commands. They never hesitated to go into the battle with him. That's what El Greco told me. He also told me how he trained them, how he inspired them, and he also told me how he was killed and what stupid mission he was on, and how at the day when he went on that mission, he said that he's going on his last mission. And it's insane how he felt that, how he somehow knew that a mortar shot was gonna kill him that day. He got evacuated by the guys, and he got buried in if I'm not mistaken, on Lичаківське кладовище in Lviv Oblast, the famous one that holds thousands of flags of our defenders. It happened in October 2024, and in February 2025, he received a medal of the Hero of Ukraine, a medal and a title. This man should be remembered. Please always remember Igor Polyvy, call sign Elephant, who is one of the heroes, who we mean when we say Heroям Slava. That's who I remember when I say Heroям Slava. So this patch is signed by El Greco. On this side, you can see it, and on the other side, you can see Donetsk Oblast Sun. See it? Yeah, in a bigger scale. So guys, with your donations, you are buying tickets for this patch today. So please let me know in the comments always if you would like the tickets, okay? Mr. R, would you also like the tickets? You can let me know in DM. Wait, we don't really have a DM except for Patreon. Anyway, yeah, guys, try to always let me know in the comments if you would like to buy some tickets with your donations. I have only 42 minutes left to provide you the news. You please keep donating because we still need to raise $2,450.36 tonight, because it's already night in Ukraine. Well, late evening it is. But in just, I don't know when you consider it to become a night, but it's already dark outside anyway. And I just got one more donation. It's from Nikki Hill, $50. Tickets for me, please. Thank you very much, Nikki. And yeah, I understand that this patch will mean a lot for many of you rollers. You know the story of Slon before this patch, and you also know El Greco, you also know the whole Elephant team. Well, you don't know the whole Elephant team, but Chimera and the Elephant team are the one today. So basically, you're supporting them. Well, let's get to the news, guys. There are some good ones too, not only the bad news from Ukraine, but quite a lot of bad ones. So let's see what I have for you today. Slava Ukraini. You know why I said this, right? Yeah. Okay. You know what? Before we get to that, if you missed our campaign with Car for Ukraine, we badly need your donation, because we were stuck on 7,000 yesterday and the day before yesterday. Today it got boosted. Now it's 7,600. I'm using the wrong browser, right? Here it is, guys. Me and Roman Drachmets were holding this campaign, be in the army or for the army. Today, the campaign got boosted by another 775 euros. Thank you very much, guys, whoever donated today and any other day. So yeah, Nanette McGregor, with my love for your protection. 104 euros. It happened just like in the last hour. Valery Vayai and Anonymous, people around the world are amazed at the courage, determination, and strength of Ukrainian defenders. Stay strong. Some great messages on their donations. Thank you, everyone who is leaving a message there. I really, really appreciate it. And it is usually encouraging me. Thanks for your eulogy words, Rick. That is very meaningful and moving. I do bow to your grace over us, dear Rick. We love you and all your friends. I'm personally in awe of all of you. Thank you very much. You know they exist for these compliments, and I try to bring you the stories, some tragic stories, some stories of courage and unbreakability, It may sound too much, but that's what it is. Unbreakability, it is. People are being so strong and so damn inspiring, and they inspired you too, just as they inspired me. So guys, in this campaign, in this fundraising campaign, we have 2 patches that you can get, be in the army or for the army. That's the main patch of the campaign, and the additional patch for every Rickrollers community member to commemorate the achievement of $1 million in donations. We raised, we introduced this patch. You can see a lot of symbols. Of course, Bandera is not our usual symbol. Probably who? Probably Rick Ashley would be a bigger symbol than Bandera here, right? But the problem is, we needed to also somehow connect it to Ukraine. You see, in my opinion, Bandera here is the symbol of Ukraine. Also, a method to troll some people who believe in Russian propaganda, or Polish who also believe in Russian propaganda about Bandera and their own propaganda, because a lot of this is real propaganda. Bandera was not the accomplices of Nazis. There's not a single proof to that. And Bandera was also fighting for Ukraine's independence and, freedom. This is why he is a hero for us Ukrainians. And everyone who is not okay with that will have to accept it eventually, So, guys, Bandera here is the Ukrainian part here, because you see, the Rickrollers community, it doesn't have even a single Ukrainian symbol on this patch. Do you see any? I don't, except for Bandera. So Bandera for me here represents Ukraine, definitely. I've already seen a Polish moment on the Insta, lol. Nice, Dana. Yes, I also saw it. And did you see what I replied to that guy? I told him, it's a joy, a great joy to have Bandera on this patch. He told us it's a shame, and I said it's a great joy. And I did not need to explain myself. You don't have to feed the troll. Yeah, so guys, you can get these patches, either the Bandera one, the $1 million patch as we call it, or be in the army or for the army for €100 donation. And accordingly, if you donate €200 to this campaign, you will get both patches. If you donate 500, you can order 5 patches, guys. It's that simple. So you please keep donating to this campaign. You see, with every €12,000 raised, we're going to be providing a truck. Car for Ukraine is going to be provided a truck. So the faster we raise first 12,000, the faster the first unit will get the truck. Then when we raise 24,000 accordingly, the faster we do it, the faster the second unit will get the truck. So please, guys, can we, I think it's super ambitious, but can we reach 12,000 tonight? Only 4 left, a bit more than €4,000 left. It's a shitload of money, but it's a lot of people in the chat, guys. I think those of you who haven't seen the campaign yet and will see it today has a great chance to do it. You see, Robert Jansar just made another donation for the patch for Rick's rollers. So guys, to get that free patch, you got to go to our Discord. You got to go to Rollers Fund Rollers. If you cannot afford to get the patch yourself, you can request it from Robert Janisar in that chat. So once again, our Discord server, Rollers Fund Rollers chat. Okay. So thank you everyone for donating. Thank you, Robert Janisar, for donating again and again. And guys, if not today, just in 2 days, let's please reach the goal. Let's please reach 12,000 to provide the first truck already. Guys need it so much. The first one is going to be provided to our guys from the 1st Separate Assault Regiment. They are not a battalion anymore, and that's a mistake here. actually need to ask Ivan to correct this mistake. These guys are gonna get the first truck. These guys work on Pokrov's direction, and they need your help a lot. You didn't see him. Plug it on the chat, Rick. Yeah, I need to do it. The link to this fundraiser. You know what? I'm gonna pin it at the top of the chat. I'm gonna pin this campaign. Pin the message. Yeah, guys, here's the link. You know where to donate now. Okay, I need to mention 2 donations, and you see I'm still not getting to the news. So first donation was $30 from Otto. Photograph, thank you, Otto. 30, and he said, I think the patch belongs to Ukraine, Rick, so tickets for you. Hope you're winning it and give this patch a good home. Otto, you won't believe it, but I actually have one. The one that is signed by El Greco. It's not here yet, but I'm gonna put it on the board. So tickets for you, my friend, because I already got one myself. I think I have it in my backpack. Yeah, you thought I'm gonna miss such a chance if I had 2 from him. I actually had 4 from him, and I asked him to sign 2, one for me, one for you guys. Thank you, David47, for 1 gifted membership. And I just, after that I got a donation from Douglas C. Thinking of the heroes. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. Douglas, please let me know if you would like 20 tickets for this amazing patch dedicated to a hero of Ukraine, a fallen hero, unfortunately. But yeah, we can honor his memory like this, at least like this. So, my friends, you please do what? Please keep donating. After Douglas, let me know in the chat, please, if you would like the tickets, okay? Thank you. And $10 from Andreas. I'm going to cross the line from plus to minus on my bank account pretty soon. Still rolling. Shit, Andreas, I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for keep donating. And you know, guys, Andreas is inspiring me, and probably he's inspiring you too. So he's already pretty close to reach the minus on his bank account, but he keeps donating anything he can. This time it's $10, and it could be anything that you can afford. So there are no small donations. Please remember about that. Okay, now so let me calculate how much we still need to raise with those last few donations. Minus 30, minus 200, and minus 10. $2,160 and 36 cents left to raise. So still a lot of money, but we will reach the goal. The news. Rick is slacking on the news today, but he has plenty of time after Maksym leaves, after even Dylan leaves, and after only Roman and Aziza will remain with us. Will stay with us, not remain. I then will continue with the news, definitely. So, yeah, let's go to the first one. An important one about Odessa Oblast. Thank you very much, Levy, for 5 gifted memberships, while I'm still not starting the news. And thank you, Wella, for 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, guys. That means, hey, Donna.
Credit
Never
limit
gonna
hung.
run around and desert you. Thank you for the credit limit gang message there. So minus 10, minus 1, and minus 5. Guys, 149 more gifted memberships and I'll be happy. Okay, thank you. Okay, Rick, shut up and do the news. How much longer? So that's the news that Sternenko was actively pushing for the last couple of days, and you will understand why. He's actually from Odessa Oblast, and what he's talking about is very dear to his heart, you know, and it's big pain for him what is happening in Odessa Oblast right now, what Russians are committing there, because he is from that region. So let me go to the first post from him, a very important and informative one in my opinion. So he says this, or said this: there is nothing particularly unusual about the attacks on Odessa Oblast. The enemy is trying to cut off half of the region by striking two key bridges in Zatoka, here, and in Mayaky, here. This would also create additional problems for our exports and imports to and from Romania. It's strange that the Russians didn't start doing this earlier. If the Russians succeed, the region will face a humanitarian catastrophe. That is precisely why the enemy is also attacking the region's energy infrastructure. However, the logistics problem can be partially resolved, in particular by working with Moldova. A separate issue is drone air defense. No comments here. We are doing everything we can to supply as many units as possible. And by the way, this is where your donation for interceptor drones is needed. But the key problem is organizational. How should Ukraine respond to this terror? It's time to eliminate the so-called Transnistrian Republic. This entity is located right near the settlement of Mayaky. This can be done without a full-scale combined arms operation. Demilitarization and a logistics blockade can be organized without deploying troops. The means exist. We are ready to provide them. The Russians want to attack our south, then we must deprive them of their combat capabilities in this direction. Tiraspol must be isolated. This is a matter of our national security. Maybe there is an explanation needed. Let's go on the deep state map and look at that region. So here are the two bridges. You see there's one bridge that Russians have been destroying. Destroying what? Today? Well, the day before yesterday, and 2 days and 3 days ago, they were hitting these bridges. This bridge and this bridge. Zatoka, this is Zatoka bridge, and that bridge, oh shit, is Mayaky bridge that Sternenko mentioned, right? And here is Transnistria, that is occupied by Russia since 1991. It is very close. It is part of Moldova territory that is occupied by Russia, just like part of Ukrainian territory. So this enclave is, it is it is surrounded by Ukraine and Moldova, and we actually have a better chances to isolate it. Sternenko is offering to start doing it, to start without, the operation on the ground. With just drones, we can actually eliminate the capabilities of this enclave here. And Tiraspol, the capital of that so-called state, yeah, you see they don't have that many big towns all over that so-called republic. Just one, two, three. Bandera here, Tiraspol here is the biggest one. It's the capital of that enclave. So so another passage is here, and we're gonna see it on the next photo. I think here, so you see the passage. The other passage, the only one, is going through that occupied territory. So that means the Russians are trying to cut any other connection of Ukraine to its oblast, but the Russian-controlled territory to basically control everything that comes to Ukraine. When it comes through that red zone, they can control it, because it is controlled by pro-Russian and Russian elements. So their plan can be failed only if we de-Russify that area. So, yeah, guys, this is a pretty good idea that Sternenko is offering. Yuri Hudimenko, guys, remember the veteran who I am constantly promoting here on these. Where the hell is that? He should be here. No, there he is. Yuri Hudimenko, Ukrainian veteran, also a politician, also a corruption fighter, who I'm constantly quoting, is reacting to Sternenko's message about, de-Russifying and eliminating the enclave. Well, not eliminating the enclave, but basically demilitarizing it, let's call it this way. The enclave of Transnistria, Pridnestrovia, in Ukrainian. Yuri Hudimenko said this: Serhiy Sternenko once again raises a simple and correct question. Transnistria. When we talk every day about peace, ceasefires, and peacekeepers, are we really doing everything possible to make this gray-red zone disappear from the map? We are pulling battalions and regiments to cover this direction. If we have lost everything, if, as Trump says, we have no cards, then wouldn't it be right to eliminate this unnecessary blot on the map? We have been raising this issue since 2018. Sooner or later, the time must come. I totally agree with both Yuri Hudimenko and Serhiy Sternenko in this. We definitely need to get rid of this Russian-controlled forces. Oh, no. Of this basically occupied territory. We need to deoccupy it. And it's actually much easier than it seems, but there's no political decision. There is inaction. There is not enough motivation for that. So, next news is this. It's also connected to the same... okay. Is it? No, it is actually connected to this. Sternenko wrote another post that day, if I'm not mistaken, and it was about this. Today, as yesterday, the enemy continues striking the bridge over the Dniester at the entrance to the settlement of Mayaki in Odessa Oblast. Let me write this again, because not everyone has understood it yet. The enemy is cutting off half of the region from land transport links, which threatens a humanitarian crisis. You see, if we go back to the deep state map and see what Sternenko is talking about. So here are the borders of Odessa Oblast. Damn, it's huge. So give me a second. I'll outline it for you guys. So here it is. Odessa Oblast consists of two parts. You see, if you cut these bridges, basically this part of Ukraine, this one, it is getting completely cut off from the mainland and becomes an island which you can access only through this Transnistria, because the river, the next bridge going up by the river is there in Transnistria. So basically, there's no other way to reach that. There's no point in writing about the Southern Air Defense Command anymore. They already screwed up the deployment of drone-based air defense. It's too late, especially since ballistic missiles are now also being used against the bridge. We must immediately begin negotiations with Moldova on temporary alternative land routes, and also launch a set of measures aimed at isolating Tiraspol in the so-called PMR as a response to Russian terror. And yes, once again, I'm asking for your donation for interceptor drones. Guys, if you have the extra means to donate to Sternenko's Shahedaris or Небесний Русоріз, please do that. You can find all of that on their website, Spilnota Sternenko, Sternenko's community. In any case, we will continue helping to develop drone air defense, even despite the resistance of idiots on the ground. Speaking of idiots on the ground, it's the commander of the Air Command South, Північне командування Південь, Північне, oh my god, Повітряне командування Південь in Ukrainian. Before getting to this guy, Sternenko also said this: how can logistics in Odessa Oblast be organized in light of Russia's terrorist attacks? The shortest and closest route from Odessa that bypasses the settlement of Mayaki runs through the town of Dnistrovsk, located in the temporary occupied territory of Moldova. The so-called PMR. Many residents of Odessa are familiar with this route. It goes through the Kuchurhan checkpoint. Ukraine must ensure alternative supply routes in order to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. This fully complies with international humanitarian law. I totally agree. So, you see, guys, Sternenko said basically what I also mentioned already in the previous news. So the next news from him is ironic. So here the meaning is opposite, okay? So listen to me and understand that it's irony. I don't have the cardboard that says sarcasm or irony, but yeah. That's one of those situations. Okay. The young and progressive commander of the Southern Air Command, General Karpenko, has set up drone-based air defense, tuned all the radars so they don't give errors of more than 1 kilometer when tracking Shaheds, doesn't forbid interceptor launchers, and is generally a great manager. How wonderful it is that such an innovator is in command. Everyone demanding reforms is just ignorant. Yeah, so basically, this dude, his name is General Karpenko, he is sabotaging all the air defense of Odessa Oblast, of the whole eastern direction. Yeah, but the best commander, the progressive and innovative, you can see that it's obviously a sarcasm. Let's move to the next news, which is a good news, which is a precedent. This precedent is actually created by SBU, and while the video is going to be playing, I'm going to be reading you the news. The Security Service of Ukraine, SBU, has struck a tanker from Russia's Shadow Fleet for the first time in neutral waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Guys, the strikes, you probably heard this news because this is not some exclusive news that are only from Ukrainian sources. So you know about this, but this is a precedent and I must speak about it. So, as a result of a multi-stage operation carried out in neutral waters of the Mediterranean, the SBU's Alpha unit hit the tanker Quendil using aerial drones. At the same time of the special operation, the Russian vessel was not carrying any cargo and was empty. Accordingly, this attack posed no threat to the environmental situation in the region. The tanker Quendil sustained critical damage and can no longer be used for its intended purpose. Amazing operation. As you can see, they used heavy bombers. Those are the vampire drones, maybe the vampire drones themselves. yeah, this is something new, guys. This is when the war on the sea is expanding to other seas. It's no longer only in two seas, the Caspian Sea and, of course, the Black Sea. The Black Sea was first, second sea was Caspian Sea. Approximately a month ago, our special services started hitting the oil extraction and gas extraction platforms there, and they started doing what? They started expanding it to Mediterranean Sea now. This is just great news. I got one more donation, guys, just now from Wella. It is $50 to this week's fundraisers. Thanks for the interest in news again. Tickets for me this time, Rick, please. Thank you very much, Wella. Minus 50, guys, we still need to raise over $2,000, $2,110.36. And I ask you to keep donating, because the faster we raise the sum of money, the faster we're going to be able to go to sleep. And lately, we got to go to sleep at the fucking 5 a.m. So, yeah, well, the record was 6 a.m. I don't want to go to bed that late tonight. And since we're not auctioning any paintings tonight, we gotta work on the fundraising better and faster and raise the funds faster. The patch we have on the raffle this week is the Elephant Team patch. That Elephant Team is named after a hero of Ukraine who was killed by Russians last year. His call sign is Elephant, Slon in Ukrainian, and El Greco, he's subordinate. The friend of mine who was led by the hero, Ihor Polovy, he signed this patch. So, my friends, I have actually good news for you. I'm not going to be finishing the news that I prepared for you, because Maksym messaged me and he told me that he can join earlier, so he can already jump in. So I'm going to send him the link. So I'll get back to the news later tonight, so don't think that tonight we're just going to have conversations. We'll continue with the news, and there are going to be some pretty exclusive news about the corruption in Ukrainian army. There is also going to be news about more success of our special services hitting the Russian targets, the news about fortifications, news about Mindich, the criminal who was sacking our Ministry of Energy, and not only. Plus, there is going to be the news about Siversk direction, about Gulay-Pole direction, about the Sumy Oblast, where Russians abducted 50 Ukrainians 2 days ago. There is going to be a lot of interesting stuff that, that we're going to discuss today. What the hell is happening? Am I buffering? Am I buffering, guys? For you? I think I am not anymore. Okay, good. Okay. So, guys, there's still going to be a lot of news. So, please keep being here on the stream. But now it's time to invite the guest. The first guest of today is going to be Maksym Eristavi. And to be honest, I wanted to invite him to the stream for like a year already. But I always forgot, or sometimes I remembered, then I forgot, and so on, you know. You know how sometimes it is happening. Okay. I created the Gmeet, the Google Meeting, and now I need to send it to Maksym. Okay, yeah, I told him to join now. Okay, guys, the The donation flow has slowed down in the last 24 minutes. We got only one donation. So maybe we fix that and unjinx it or something. Wow, we have some interesting characters stopping by the stream. Sometimes from Western Washington, Puget Sound area. Much love and hugs to Ukraine. We are praying. Thank you, Renegade Weedwater. How are you doing? Okay, who am I also missing to greet in the chat? A lot of people, most of you guys. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit the like. Don't forget to share this stream with your friends and maybe family. It depends on who is interested or who is maybe not interested, but you think you have the potential to actually make them interested, you know? That those people might be starting to support Ukraine. Let's see. Okay, so I sent a link to Maksym, but he did not... Oh, okay, he's already joining. Great. So he's probably not showing me that he read the message. Yeah, there is such function. Okay, let's switch the camera here. Oh, wow, look at me there. Hello, Maksym. Can you hear me?
Hey, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Hello, and nice to meet you. I'm just trying to adjust you on the screen.
No worries. That's a very badass patchwork.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. You're talking about this patch, right?
And all of them behind you as well.
All of these. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mostly get from the units, but sometimes there are exceptions. Since we're doing shitload of these campaigns with patches, you know, when people can donate
Yeah,
100 euros and get the patch for it. Right now, we launched the campaign that the patch says be in the army or be for the army.
No, super.
So yeah, we have a very meaningful patch this time. Maksym, we have a short time, so I would like to jump into the topic that you're an expert of, and that's Russian colonialism. You wrote a book that you called This Way, and you named it Russian Colonialism 101, right? Why is 101?
Well, it's a very Western foreign name because in when you go to school or when you go to university and you're studying some subject, the first textbook is usually lettered numbered 101. So it's like the entry point, the something as a starter. That's why it's might be confusing for someone who didn't go through Western system of education, but anyone who did, it's kind of right away you understand that that's a starter, something where we should start learning about something new.
Mm-hmm. As I know something about your book, but I don't have it yet. I'm definitely going to have it someday. Some of my friends are fans of it, and I saw a few screenshots from it, if we can say screenshots from the book. So I know approximately how it looks and how it explains Russian colonialism in certain examples, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I unfortunately I also don't have lots of them because it's still Ukrainian book, and the printing of that of Ukrainian books is nothing short of miraculous. So I think I have a copy somewhere here. Yeah, I have it, but it's very small and relatively thin, and it is supposed to be more of a like a guidebook indeed. So it like it feels a bit of something that you can put in the copy in the pocket, and with time it just wears off, and you can get notes and stuff like that, which usually people indeed do. But I mean, it covers just the last century of specifically Russian invasions of
Hmm.
sovereign nations. So not even all invasions in the this last 100 years. And the task was quite simple for me to just show the pattern that we're not dealing with just, Putin or what one bad Russian regime or bad decade for Russia. We're dealing with 500, five centuries old empire
Hmm.
that's just having a typical century. And these invasions, not only they happened over and over again in Ukraine, unfortunately not the first one to suffer from that kind of colonial violence, but they actually followed the same formula. It doesn't matter if
Hmm.
it was Imperial Russia of Tsarist times or Soviet Russia or Putinist fascist Russia of today. And for me as a Ukrainian and as a journalist, it was important to show that basically we're dealing with something that is serial, and it's kind of serial violence, and this violence has a specific name, and that
Hmm.
kind of violence is also not unique to human history, and very much looking like any imperial or colonial violence that we witnessed
Hmm.
elsewhere in the history. Yeah, and to put it simply, if you cannot name it the proper name, how in how you can design any response strategies or understand how to end it.
Yeah, and the crimes that Russian colonialism, well, okay, colonialism cannot commit crimes, right? But colonialists that they committed for the last century, especially uh, to Ukrainian people, it is. Yeah, it is. You were talking about some serial, and basically Russia is a um, as we have this term in Ukrainian, serial maniac, right?
Hmm.
How do we call it in English? Serial killer, right? Or
Yeah,
serial. We don't. They don't say maniac in English, right?
yeah. Well, you can send maniac, of
Maniac.
course, but yeah, I mean, the proper word is probably serial killer or murderer.
So
I
it's a.
mean, colonialism is a crime. Yeah,
Mhm.
but it's a very specific kind of crime, and in this book, I wanted to emphasize that we need to call it colonialism, not just some geopolitical tensions or some disagreements between neighbors or any other word, specifically colonialism, because for colonial crime it's important not only to take over territory. What they do goes much deeper. They erase people's
Mhm.
identities, they rewrite their histories, they bring their so-called supreme better civilizational culture, and they enforce it. So it's much deeper than that. That, for example, in a very specific example, if people are, I mean, more and more people are starting learning about these horrific kidnappings of Ukrainian kids on occupied territories, right? And for a lot of people, they're perplexed. Why would Russians be so obsessed with kidnapping Ukrainian kids and
Mhm.
sending them to those re-education boarding schools where they're turned them into Russian, erase their Ukrainian identity in a very violent way? And but once you understand that this is a crime colonialism, and
Mhm.
that's the purpose of it, and that there's a very strategic warfare tactic where you need to erase the identity of those people you occupy, those
Mhm.
indigenous people, because this way you disrupt any resistance for the future in less than one generation. And they've been doing that to Ukrainians. They've been doing it to each and every Northern Asian nation they occupy in Central Asia, in Eastern Europe, over and over again. And also other empires did the same, like Americans
Mhm.
with First Nations in North America or Brits and elsewhere. So yeah, it's important to use those specific words for it.
Yeah. So I actually was. Yeah, I already have a few questions. First one is Yeah, it's not a question, so it's more of a comment. It's what I did not finish. So we can call Russia a unique. I'm not sure if it's unique. You correct me if I'm wrong, but a unique country that we can call a serial killer, serial maniac,
Mhm.
in Ukrainian terms. Um, is there any other country that might also be described like this, or is Russia unique in this? I wonder.
I think, of course, different types of empires that
Hmm.
existed. They're, of course, sharing something similar, and that's why we can assign a label of them, categorize them as empires. But of course, in each and every were unique in its own way. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I'm not an academic historian, but the more I learn about history, I try to be less and less, um, you know, um, uh, less and less generalize about the historic examples. But at the same time, we need to see the patterns, because how
Hmm.
we, learn from the history, if everything is very disconnected and we don't understand that there is a larger continuity or some patterns that we need to stop and disrupt, namely
Hmm.
colonial imperial violence. So I can say that for sure, in many ways, Russia follows the fashion and the playbooks of Western colonial empires of the past.
Hmm.
Moreover, up until 100 years ago, up until Soviet era of Russian imperialism, they were proud, um, openly stating at all each levels of intellectuals, politicians, bureaucrats, that they want to emulate Western imperials, that they want to be as cool in their
Hmm.
vision and as successful as Western colonial empires. But starting around 100 years ago, during the start of the Soviet era of Russian imperialism, they understood that imperialism, colonialism are not cool anymore, and
Hmm.
it's not something to be proud to be associated with. So they relaunched this PR campaign to repaint themselves as anti-colonial champions while still keep doing colonialism back at home. However, one thing that really personally worries me, or I wouldn't say fascinating, because it's something that directly related to Ukraine and Ukrainians who are resisting this, is that it's probably one of the oldest, if not the oldest, surviving empire in human history
Hmm.
that keeps doing the kind of colonialism, imperialism for almost 5 centuries now,
Yeah.
and that's disturbing. We need to understand why this crime is being committed and open for so long, and why we failed as as a human society to put an end to it.
Hmm.
While at least in 2025, it's considered that imperialism and colonialism is a thing of the past and should stay in the past, right?
Yeah, but it's not. So I'm thinking, is it the last one remaining last empire at all, or can we also call China another empire because they control right now and commit genocide against at least Uyghurs, right,
Mm.
on their territory, and or they also want to expand to Taiwan. Pretty soon, some analysts say it's going to be in 2027, so they definitely have those plans. So these are only two empires that come to mind. Um, the axis of evil contains other countries like North Korea and Iran, who we cannot really call an empires these days. They are just states that don't. Well, okay, it's more complicated with North Korea. I'm not sure. Maybe it's also no. It's not an empire because it controls only the territory of one country,
Mm.
right? Let's say it's harder there. But
Yeah.
don't want to dig deep into that, and rather keep the topic on Russian colonialism. And also, I wanted to read comments of a person in the chat who doesn't agree and also has their points. But I wanted to ask you why colonialism and not imperialism? What's the difference?
Mm. So I think it's important to understand, as in super basic, on super basic level, what those terms mean.
Mhm.
And imperialism, colonialism are actually interchangeable. And of course, in academia, there are a lot of debates and a lot of definitions that you can come across about both of those terms. But for me, I try to learn it for myself and try to distinguish in very simple terms what it means.
Mhm.
So imperialism, let's just imagine one a very basic situation that is happening in Ukraine on a daily basis. Russians are stealing our homes. So Russian soldiers comes to your doorstep and they say that this is my home now, and or I came to protect you and I'm going to take over your home, and so on and so on. So imperialism in this sense is the kind of ideology, the kind of mindset and worldview that excuses that kind of theft
Mhm.
because they come with a specific reasoning why they're doing it.
Mhm.
And they believe that they have the right to do that. And it's this imperialism is, more of an ideology and more of the worldview that is fueling that kind of violence. Whereas colonialism is a very technical playbook, how it's being unfolded and how it's being done.
Mhm.
Specifically, what kind of instruments they use to insert that ideology and to expand that ideology and to conquer more lands. Is it physical erasure of the people? Is it erasure of their identity? Is it rewriting the history? Is it gaslighting people
Mhm.
into believing that they need protection, that they need civilizing? Is it economic exploitation? Is it stealing of your natural resources? So all that technical tools they put together into toolkit of colonialism that
Mhm.
makes it, colonial practice.
Mhm.
So that's why in my head and the way how I explain it to others are very two interchangeable terms.
Mhm.
Um, imperialism can exist without lapsing into colonialism. That's not necessary. There are
Mhm.
several imperial cultures that exist to this day. You can call American culture an imperial culture in
Yeah.
many ways. America technically also still owns colonies like Puerto Rico, for example. So,
Yeah.
but colonialism can never happen without an imperial culture empowering it.
Mhm.
um, yeah, so if I had to simply try to put very detailed descriptions on these terms without being too academic, I would that's how I explain it in my head, at least.
Mhm.
Not necessarily it has to be like 100% right, or my explanation is 100% right, but to be honest, this is how I explain it to myself in my head
Mhm.
after studying for over a decade.
Okay, I completely understand, and this explanation seems pretty reasonable to me. I understand now why colonialism. By your explanation, it's like a wider term that
Mm.
gives us a better understanding, and actually gives a more precise understanding of what Russia is doing. It is not just committing, if we can say that, imperialism, but or precisely a colonialism.
Can I add something really quick?
Of course.
Um, I also think that we shouldn't really super be focused on definitions per se. And
Hmm.
I think at this point, not maybe even everyone inside those societies that are suffering from colonial violence, like Ukraine or elsewhere, they could use the proper terms or be, up to date to recent academic discussions about what it means, colonialism, imperialism. I think in my practice, the more you actually meet people with lived experiences who survived or resisted colonial violence,
Hmm.
and the more you hear their stories, what it means in practice, like in human experience,
Yeah.
the more you see this pattern. And you can call it whatever, but it's very similar whether you speak to today to Ukrainians resisting, or Kazakhs who resisted, Georgians, or elsewhere, for example, from the global south. This is
Mm-hmm.
how I learn that I see something similar from human stories people that I meet, and they keep telling stories that are, if not identical, very similar, and they can recognize each other's pain and trauma right away, despite that they might disagree on the terminology or not necessarily be aware that there is a certain terminology for it existing even.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I try to stay away from conversation about definitions and
Yeah.
actually
Sorry
focus
to
and
pull
share
you
human
in.
stories.
Sorry to
Yeah.
pull you in one
No, no, no,
today.
no. It's not a criticism in any way, what you're saying. I think it's important to highlight all the time that let's just start with the stories
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
what it means practically in human experience, as you see, obviously have your own lived experience what it means to live next to Russia.
Yeah.
And I have, and other people, and then people will see the pattern for themselves. Not necessarily we need to label it.
Yeah, Maxim, actually, this is a perfect moment for me to also talk about a bit about my experience with Russian colonialism and the people I meet. I constantly talk to former prisoners of war.
Mhm.
I go to Free Azov rallies here in Kyiv, and I meet those incredible people who did not break after 3 years of torture. One guy, his name is Konstantin. He spent 7.5 years in Russian captivity. He is a civilian who was captured by Russia in Crimea. He is himself from Shakhtarsk, from Donetsk Oblast, my zemlyak.
Mhm.
I think I taught my audience that name already. So basically, he was held by FSB for the first 2 years. They made him, under physical and psychological torture, they made him sign the confession of the crimes that he did not commit. Then he spent 5 years in jail. He spent all his term there. The conditions were getting worse and worse. He spent it in Angels, and he knew. He didn't know. He saw and heard how those bombers were lifting and flying to bomb Ukraine, and he did not break. He did not tell us all the stories because you cannot basically tell all the stories in just 2 hours. And I'm gonna invite him to the stream again, and that's what I actually try to do, Maxim. I understand that the best thing to understand Russian. Fucked up Russian world, that mentality they have, is by bringing experience of the people who suffered from it, bringing it to the world, giving them the chance to tell it to, well, my community is not that big. Usually it's like a few hundreds of people, but it's already a change. If you change the understanding and give the knowledge, better knowledge, to at least a few hundred of people, it is already a contribution. It may not be as big as somewhere, and we have to start anywhere sometimes, right? So I really hope more people will be interested in this. But as the war, the full-scale war goes on, I hear more and more this fatigue thing of the European countries and Americans, the war fatigue that Ukrainians usually perceive sometimes pretty aggressively when we hear war fatigue, like, you're tired of our war? Oh, nice. It's probably your people who are being killed every day. It's probably you who gotta be bombed. And yeah, sometimes it's hard to hear that. But of course, it's human nature. It's understandable why people get tired. And I just also wanted to share quickly my background. I'm from Makivka, Donetsk Oblast. I lived there until 2019. I lived there in occupation since 2014 until 2019. So I saw how degradation comes to the occupied by Russia territory, and you see how all the businesses close at first, then you lose basically at the same time all your freedom, like freedom of speech, freedom of movement. You cannot really do or say what you have on your mind. You just become a silent observer, because if you want to stay safe, you got to be silent there. You got to keep your thoughts to yourself. And I of course know the stories of the people who were brave to speak their minds, and for that they also were captured, and they spent time, at the best, a couple of days on the basement, and they were beaten or tortured there, and then they were let go. But in most of the cases, Russians they just put those people in prison for years, and sometimes they kill those people, and you never see them again. But luckily, I did not experience any of the torture or mistreatment. Well, I experienced mistreatment a lot because I had no human rights there in occupation. And of course, when I crossed the front line back in 2014, 16, 17, all those years up until 2019, every time I crossed it, I had to go through the humiliating process of being searched, being questioned. My phone was searched too for some photos of Ukrainian flags or something like this. They went through the chats, and we had to delete the chats that we had with our Ukrainian friends when we were going from occupation and to occupation. It was always there were always some measures to take, but these days Donetsk doesn't have water. It has water once a week, and it has some really brown, rusty water coming from a tap with no pressure there, and they now have to put their shit into the bags and throw it into the garbage outside. So Donetsk literally lives in shit right now, and Makivka too. It's not an exception. All Donetsk Oblast doesn't have proper water supply right now. Just a lyrical. Okay, how do you call it in English? Lyryczny
But can
відступ.
I super appreciate you sharing that, because unfortunately, I feel like lots of people abroad do not hear actual human stories
Mhm.
that will paint them in really human, simple ways what Russian occupation, what Russian colonial occupation really means. I want to ask you, was it possible for you to speak Ukrainian on the streets or
No.
in,
Mm,
and why would that not be possible? Because it's something that will get you in trouble?
Because by the local authorities, it was perceived as an enemy language. It would really get you into trouble. Some people, well, first of all, like you had this instinct to not speak Ukrainian because you understood that everyone around you is talking Russian, is speaking Russian, and secondly, you understand that they perceive it as an enemy language, and the local propaganda that worked. Unfortunately, it worked for the masses. The population. Of course, the society is always aware of what is happening, but the population was fed by Russian propaganda, and unfortunately, a lot of them believed it. And the result was that it was perceived by most of the people there as an enemy language. Or even if they did not perceive it, they wouldn't show it to you because it was dangerous for them. And it would really physically get you into trouble if there was a soldier there, a Russian soldier, or the local separatist movement soldier. Now you would speak Ukrainian next to them. It could be really dangerous for your life. They usually had guns with them. Even if they did not have guns with them, they had their fists with them, and you could get beaten. So it's the least you could get for speaking Ukrainian there in occupation. And I was a Russian speaker all the time, but I was lucky to learn Ukrainian in school, and I actually used it also in 2014 when the war started in 2014. I moved for 3 months to the western part of Ukraine, and I lived there, and I spoke Ukrainian freely there. And sometimes people could not tell that I'm from Donetsk. They were telling me, "Oh, are you from Lviv or Kyiv?" And I was like, "No, I was just lucky." But Also,
But
that
it's because there is no, nobody teaches Ukrainian in the schools, right? It's very hard or impossible to find Ukrainian books. There's
after
probably nothing in
occupation,
Ukrainian.
yeah,
Hmm?
after occupation, nothing. They forbid to teach Ukrainian in Russian occupation. They
Mm.
also, of course, get rid of all the books and materials, and all the signs on the shops and stuff should be remade into Russian. So it's a forceful. It's also one of the aspects of their colonization. They language is one of the main tools, and this is why I advocate here in Ukraine for speaking only Ukrainian. Of course, English too. This is my tool. This is how I get or spread the information around the
Yeah.
world. Yeah, I do it on YouTube. This is why I need to use English so people would understand me. But here in Ukraine, I speak only Ukrainian to Ukrainians, and like pretty often still, I hear some Russian language that they use to address me, or they answer me in Russian sometimes, and it irritates me these days because Russians already brought so much death and suffering, and when you understand that Russian language is actually the tool of their colonization, it's really hard for you to understand other people. And it's this like professional deformation when you get an expert in something, and you think that people around you know all of this as basics, but it's like sometimes with hygiene. Some people don't. Okay, let's get the more complex hygiene, the mouth hygiene, right? A lot of people don't know how much effort you need to put into brushing your teeth with different tools, and this field is advancing lately.
Yeah, yeah.
So you need to spend sometimes half an hour, but a lot of people don't know about that. And the same thing is with language. You don't understand the details. Why is it important to use several brushes and also floss to brush your teeth? And the same with Russian language. You need to understand how Russians operated in centuries to use that language to replace Ukrainian with it.
But 100%, because when they actually come to occupy you,
Mm-hmm.
if you speak Russian language, and once again, I'm speaking from really personal um, experience, because the village where I was born and grew up is stolen by Russia and occupied by Russia now,
Where is it,
and
Maksym?
it's in southern eastern Ukraine, in Zaporizhia region.
Mm-hmm.
And once they come to liberate or occupy you, or they call it liberation,
Yeah.
if you speak Russian language, you automatically become the property of the empire,
Mm-hmm.
and they feel and they say that they have the right to decide your fate, and they have the right to decide who you are, where you come from, and what they're going to do with you. And that's why, as a person who was raised Russian speaking in a Ukrainian speaking family, because in Ukrainian villages, as you know probably very well, in villages in Donbass,
Mm-hmm.
in southern Ukraine, everybody speaks Ukrainian.
Yeah.
Rarely people speak Russian. Russian is a language of big cities that were usually these fortresses of Russian colonization throughout centuries. That's where you would speak Russian, either because there are a lot of Russians or a lot of people from the empire were resettled there in settler colonialism, or because Ukrainians wanted to fit in and you would start speaking Russian. But I was one of those people, because I was raised Russian speaking, Ukrainian speaking family, because my parents they were the first generation of Ukrainians from the villages who were allowed to leave villages
Mm-hmm.
on their own, because before you could not leave the village even for travel without special permit, and Ukrainians who were living in Ukrainian villages didn't have passports to travel even, so you needed to go to local village council, get a permit, and there were only three reasons why you could leave the village to travel. It's either visit your relatives, if you had official a recreational trip or if you had official work trip.
Wait, what
That's it.
years? What years are you talking about right now?
That was up until 1978.
Wow.
In Ukrainian villages, people were not be allowed to have passports or have a free movement whatsoever. And my parents was the first generation who were allowed to move to the city to pursue education, to start working, and then independence years kicked in. But they still taught me to speak Russian as my first language, not by my choice, right? It's not a family tradition, just because they wanted a better life for me. Because when
Yeah.
you live within the empire, if you can pass visually, as I mean, I would still not pass as a Russian visually, but still, I could try. And if I can pass visually as a Russian and I speak Russian without any accent, there might be a chance for me to succeed within the empire, they thought.
Hmm.
So that's how I ended up speaking Russian. But that's why I also know this very kind of horrible price that you pay for speaking Russian, because the moment you speak the Russian word, you become the property of an existing empire. And that's not the same as English,
Yeah.
because nobody will come, Americans want, or Brits won't come to you, to your home tomorrow and say, oh, you speak British, you speak English, you speak an American as I speak with an American accent. You are the property of United States, and we decide your fate. That's not just going to happen. So
Yeah.
this is also a bit different power dynamic out there, for people to understand why we're fine communicating in English with the rest of the world, because we don't have this, personal history of
Yeah.
being oppressed, and our language is not being erased by Americans or Brits or French or whatever Spaniards.
Yeah.
But this is an ongoing campaign that is happening today, as you also shared your story. Thank you so much for sharing it over and over again. That Ukrainian language is being erased on a daily basis under Russian occupation. And this
Yeah.
is what another aspect, what it means to be occupied by
Yeah,
Russia.
actually, thank you for asking me this question about the language in particular, because when I tell my story, I always forget this aspect. I forget why don't we ever try to speak there. So I don't think I ever said that. I think it was the first time I shared this aspect of not speaking Ukrainian in occupation. Thank you, Maksym. I want to ask the community to ask questions in the chat. We have a great conversation here with Maksym, but I also would like you guys to get the answers for your questions. So we have approximately half an hour left. Let's see some questions from you. But Maksym, my primary goal for probably the last 2 years at least is to raise funds for Ukrainian armed forces. That's what I do.
Thank you so much for it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I do with my community every weekend. To be honest, lately it is getting a bit harder, but I don't give up. I'm a stubborn, as I say, bastard sometimes. I'm technically not a bastard, not in the classic meaning of that word. But yeah, I definitely don't give up that easily. And this is why, despite that it is harder these days, me and my community, we call each other Rick Rollers, by the way. You should remember the old prank called Rick Roll, right?
Yeah, of course, I'm a millennial. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we are not as much prankers as we will never gonna give each other up, never gonna let each other down, and never gonna run around and desert each other, but most importantly, our defenders. So here, these people of this community are dedicated, they are caring, they are very friendly, they understand the importance. So we don't have a big community. It's basically around, I would say, 200 active people who constantly come here, chat, hang around, and donate. And even, we have donors who cannot give much, but they give regularly. So and it is very important, like given every week or every second, third week, whatever you can do, but do it on the regular basis. This gives a big, or makes a big impact. And I just wanted to introduce these people to you. If you have the second device, to maybe read the chat too and see what they're saying there, it would be awesome, because very good people, without whom we would be in a much bigger trouble, without people who care, who care about our defenders so much, we we would be in a much worse situation. So, um, uh,
Can I add something? Well, first of all, I mean, thank you for doing and being stubborn about it. Thank you for doing that job on a daily, and also kind of fostering that community of especially foreigners. I do understand that it's sometimes frustrating and it's getting harder, and because the invasion is has been happening for much longer than anybody thought. But
yeah.
those people who are actually donating even as little as possible, I oftentimes try to encourage them to remind them that they're this act of ordinary people, donating and empowering Ukrainian heroes is something that I've seen studying other successful examples of other nations and other communities pushing back against Russian imperialism.
Mhm.
And there were some, not many, but there were some. And this commitment of ordinary people doing these extraordinary things is some as a hallmark of those successful pushbacks, because the
Mhm.
empires they never plan for it, they never budget for it. They always expect to just overwhelm with resources, with power, and just
Mhm.
roll into the lands, and everybody will accept their great culture and
Just
how
tori
awesome they are,
August.
and they will just accept their fates. But Ukrainians resisting for over a decade now, and especially so powerfully in the last 4 years,
Mhm.
is in many ways thanks to the support that they also get from average people all around the world.
Yeah.
But it's also a cool thing because those people, I bet, because I know also many and met over the last years, they understand a very simple thing, that the defense of our democracies is everyone's job.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
if you don't contribute in whatever minimum way that you can, you're not doing this job. And maybe in peaceful times where we would not have Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, or other regimes that want actively just destroy democracy, period, that would be
Yeah.
fine. Somebody else would do that job. But unfortunately today everybody needs to contribute, not necessarily with money, but there's you did this a very cool video about Ukrainian books the other day that I really loved. You profiled Ukrainian, what was in Ukrainian executive Renaissance writer, sci-fi writer Volodymyr Vodko, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
And you said that, look, guys, you can build up at least one shelf in your home with Ukrainian books, and in this way to serve some justice, because so many Ukrainian books were burned and so many Ukrainian writers were
Yeah.
killed, but also kind of to spread the word. And you also don't have to necessarily donate money for it, but that will also help a lot for just featuring Ukrainian resistance through the years. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maksym, for the compliments, and thank you for mentioning that video. By the way, that text that I read in that video was written by another great Ukrainian, Prometheus UA. I don't think he is watching us right now because in that oblast he lives in, I don't think I can share it, is much closer to the front line than our oblast. This is
Hmm.
why his electricity situation is even worse than here in Kyiv. So yeah, we basically, we thank him. I thank him for great material. He's writing these articles for me, and I read them on some of the streams. And you see, he it was indeed a great idea to, shout out the Ukrainian books in general. Yes, there are a couple of books there in particular, but your book perfectly fits that format. So, guys, we need to ask Maksym now, where is the best way to buy his book? Which one would you prefer to get the best, I don't know, commission, or how can we call it? Maksym.
So there is a landing page called RussianColonialism.net, and it has lots of options where you can order this book, in which language, how. However, I would advise, as a golden rule,
Mm-hmm.
is always to order books from Ukraine directly from Ukrainian publishers.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it important? It's important first and foremost because, amid the ongoing genocide, printing books in Ukraine is getting harder and harder.
Mm-hmm.
But still, there's a incredible job that Ukrainian publishers are still doing, uh, printing new books, releasing new books, despite that the paper for printing is exceptionally expensive. Ukraine cannot produce paper, the war for the books anymore. It has to import it. The blackouts, Russians hitting the warehouses, Russians burning warehouses with new Ukrainian books all the time. It's getting harder and harder, but I understand that it will raise your logistics costs and shipping costs. And, sometimes, for example, people complain that ordering our book from Ukraine directly, printed in Ukraine, is logistics and shipping costs are almost the same as a book's
Mm-hmm.
price. However, please remember that all those costs, 100%, including logistics, they go back to Ukraine. They support Ukrainian economy. They support Ukrainian logistics. They support Ukrainian publishers directly. Yes, it's of course possible to buy it somewhere on Amazon and it's going to be with you. I don't know, like how fast is Amazon these days? Probably with a couple of days or whatever. But the then foreign companies, Western companies, Amazon or whatever not, will take a hefty commission for it, and none of these, little of these funds will end up back in Ukraine with Ukrainians and Ukrainian economy.
So
So
is it IST Publishing?
yes, it is
Mm-hmm.
by Kharkiv publisher East, which is an amazing small team of really badass people who are originally from Kharkiv. And Kharkiv, in eastern Ukraine, which is a frontline city, the second largest Ukrainian city,
Mm-hmm.
has also been until 2022 Ukraine's publishing capital. The over 80% of Ukrainian books were published, printed in Kharkiv. Now, unfortunately, it's not the case. Lots of the book printing had to be relocated because Russians specifically targeted printing presses and warehouses. So a lot of publishers are now scattered around or trying to be often very times creative. When we were making this book in 2022, we were not even sure if first print will survive because Russians were starting targeting specifically warehouses with books.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, now we print also partially in EU as well, to ship a bit faster. But if you have opportunity and a bit of spare money, to order directly from Ukraine, from the publisher or any Ukrainian bookshop, then please do that. And also maybe throw in the basket a couple
Guys,
of more Ukrainian books in English.
guys, I think you can easily go for the publisher. I posted the link in chat. It's only $15 there. Maybe the
Yes,
shipping,
it's
maybe the
gonna
shipping
be.
will be even more. But to be honest, if we send with Ukrposhta, the book will cost like I don't know,
Yeah,
$15, maybe two, something like this.
I mean, sometimes it's tricky because people do not realize. Yes, there is Nova Poshta and Ukrposhta,
Hmm.
which are probably the most badass shipment options in Europe and beyond, to be
Hmm.
honest, on considering the reliability of them and how fast it is. But when it hits your side of the border, then your local post office will pick it up, and it depends how great they are. Sometimes they're not super great, and then there might be delays getting it. But I know that for sure is publishing sends with the tracking numbers or something like that, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem. But if I can, just to add that I regularly publish reading lists of Ukrainian books that are translated
Awesome.
for foreigners, and I always have kind of people can reach out and ask me any of the Ukrainian publishers that are shipping abroad. in English, especially if they have something in English. There are not so many of them at the moment, unfortunately, but Ukrainian books are super worth it. I mean, the quality, I don't have to tell you how beautiful and gorgeous
Oh yeah.
Ukrainian books look. Yeah, even if you cannot read it in Ukrainian, just have it as a piece of art is always a pleasure, and it's going to be a star in your bookshelf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys. So please go buy Maksym's book. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pin the link. I'm gonna replace the pinned message. We had that fundraising campaign with patches. Before that, now it's Maksym's book. So follow the link that is pinned at the top of the chat and buy his book, please. It's only $15 plus shipping, of course. But for the book, $15. It's pretty low price, I would say. Maksym, so since I started talking about raising funds and people were donating, but there was not enough donations, as Sternenko say, as our Russophobia, it was not enough of that. So, guys, in the last, let me tell you, in the last hour, we got 3 of them. First one was from Sharon. It's SL in the chat. Thank you very much, Sharon. She donated
Thank you.
$250 and said, "Hi Rick, challenge to rollers."
Wow.
She says, "Wow, I will match up to the next 300 in donations. Doesn't matter whether to kids or electronic warfare. If there is 300 in total donations, I will match it. Merry Christmas. I leave the distribution of this donation to you." Oh my God, I should have read it an hour ago. And this is such a great challenge, and it appeared 50 minutes ago. SL, I really hope you're still in the chat. I saw you there like 20 minutes ago, but I hope you're still there. Does the offer still stand? Because after that, people donated $60, $40 from Kathy S. She says, "Appreciate the important conversation. Tickets, please." Thank you very much, Kathy. Then $20 from Levy. He says, "Tickets, please. Slava Ukraini. Heroям slava." Thank you very much. And just now, $22.47 from Giancarlo. Giancarlo has the Italian roots, obviously, but he lives in Germany. And thank you. So that's already $82 of donations, guys. 220 more, and SL will match you, or is it? Yeah, I think it's matching your donations. So please keep donating. We still need to raise. So Maksym, every Sunday I aim to raise $3,000. And this stream sometimes go until 4, 5, 6 a.m. because I don't go to bed until I reach that goal. Sometimes I can get, of course, a bit manipulative when it's 4 a.m. and I'm exhausted, and I'm usually open about this. I'm actually, one of my key principles is transparency and honesty. So first of all, I'm mentioning all the donations, then I'm putting them into the spreadsheet and show it on the screen so people see that their donation was counted in. Then on Tuesday, I do the donation stream. I sit down and donate all the money we raised last week to the fundraising campaigns we have. So this week we're raising funds for electronic warfare device and a shotgun for 27th Brigade. By the way, Matvey from 27th Brigade called me today and he told me, "Rick, electronic warfare was just provided by the command, so we need a van for that, for the money." And that's electronic warfare is as expensive these days as a used van. So with the money that we raised almost completely already, they will buy a van instead of electronic warfare and the shotgun.
But can we stop for a second and put an emphasis on what usually people are fundraising, what usually people have been fundraising in 2 years? And I remember when we started these fundraisers in 2022, usually the argument was like, it's a solidarity with Ukrainians. What is happening to Ukrainians is unfair, and people need to be out of solidarity, out of empathy, basically out of humanity, should help empower Ukrainian defense and Ukrainians. Now, we're watching on the Ukrainian front lines the unimaginable warfare revolution, that is led by the
NOVAPOSTA
same
is the
people you've
best
been
and will
donating
take
since
all over the
2022.
world.
Thanks to their ingenuity, thanks to their creativity, they come up with technologies and solutions and robotics and drones and sensors that are and will define the way democracies are defending themselves for next generations. This is the same as a moment in, I don't know if people realize it, but in terms of warfare, this is the same moment as, for example, invention of internet or microwaves or GPS. This
Mhm.
is that kind of breakthrough. And
Yeah.
I don't think that people realize that those initial donations in 2022, where people, those the same heroes, were able to purchase some, domestic or uh, kind of toys and drones that then they reinvented the hell out of it,
Hmm.
creating these revolutionary defense capabilities. That happened also because of that,
Hmm.
because someone donated their money for someone to buy a Chinese drone and then in a frontline workshop to create something that will revolutionize later the entire warfare with the way how we defend and will be defending ourselves. So
Hmm.
please, I would encourage people to keep that in mind, that when you donate today, you are not being too hefty or cheesy about it. You're donating to your own defense,
Yeah.
because that kind of revolution and that kind of creativity and that kind of innovation that is happening and being battle tested in Ukraine, everybody already in the free world realizes and acknowledges that this is the future of our defenses.
Yeah, and Maxim, we of course raise funds for equipment mostly, and that equipment saves lives but it's hard to find a particular moment where that particular piece of equipment saved the life. Right? It's much harder than actually more direct help. Like I have a friend. Her name is Halina. She's a
Mhm.
doctor. She's actually a pediatrician and allergologist and a psychologist also. So she um, told me, no, not told me. She is making medkits, IFACs for the soldiers for free.
Mhm.
They can come with a request to her, and she will provide that medkit in a week or two. It depends on how fast she raises enough money, buys all the needed stuff, tourniquets, combat gauze, chest seals, all the bandages needed, Israeli bandage, of course, one of the most important things there. She makes them. One medkit is approximately $150. And this community, part of the money that we raise every week, we contribute to her initiative for IFACs. Always $500. Sometimes it's a bit
Mhm.
more, but not less than 500. So basically, we contributed also to the thing that is directly saving lives.
Yes.
That those tourniquets, I know at least two examples when that stuff saved lives. That stuff was saving the lives of actually this team, the elephant team. I told this story in the beginning of the stream, but I'm not sure if you listened while you were not still here. So elephant is slon. He's call sign in Ukrainian. That's the literal translation, guys. So slon was the head of, I think it was platoon level, maybe a company, maybe a whole company, but El Greco, who signed this patch, you can see it on this side.
Mhm.
El Greco, my friend, he served under his command, and his feedback was amazing. That the elephant, he was an exemplary commander, a true leader who they always followed on the battlefield with no questions. The craziest missions, he always inspired them to go, and they never questioned him. And he also trained them pretty hard, but they got through serious challenges. They were in Bakhmut. Oh wait, without him, I think El Greco served in a different unit before that. Back then, when he was in Bakhmut, but they went through Vovchansk, through Kursk, together, and unfortunately, Elephant was killed in 2024. He was killed by a Russian mortar, and he got the Medal of the Hero of Ukraine. He was only 28 years old. He was the commander who was, the future of the modern and progressive Ukrainian army that would care about their personnel. He always cared about his guys, and he always tried to protect them as best as he could. And only 28 years old, hero of Ukraine, and he had a son. He still has a son. He's 8 years old. He has a wife. His name is Ihor Polyvy. His name was Ihor Polyvy, and it is a touching moment for me, because whenever I say Heroyam Slava, he's one of the guys who I remember. And I actually shared his photo today already on the screen. I want to do it once again. There he is, guys. And if you want to see it, I can send it to you maybe on Signal if you want, Maksym. What do you think? Yeah, I'll send his photo, and I'll actually send a link to the post I have about him and about this patch and the raffle that is connected to him. So this is a special patch, and how it works here: people, when they donate, they get, with each $10 of their donation, they can get a ticket for the raffle of this patch. Then I will have to work on the raffle spreadsheet, put everyone into the sheet, and people will see who wins this patch in the end of the stream, usually somewhere closer to morning. Usually people are getting just an additional motivation to donate with these items. This item is signed not by Elephant himself, but by a friend of mine, good friend from Donetsk, who actually joined the army in 2022 on the first day of the full-scale invasion, and he is still defending it passionately. And I'm really happy that he is alive and well, because they had some crazy situations in Vovchansk and Kursk and in Sumy Oblast too, and there's always a huge chance that every operation might be deadly or getting them injury. But he's alive and well. Right now he switched to the drone. Drone operations. He's an engineer preparing FPVs and also repeaters and the drones that are holding the repeater. How it works. So he's doing a lot of engineering work. I met him yesterday too, and I'm happy that I actually have the chance to meet him pretty often these days. He's in Kyiv, but at some point he's gonna leave Kyiv and go back to Sumy, because he's just on a work trip, so to say, here. He was on one of my streams 2 months ago. He never wants to appear on camera, but this time he sat next to me, but not on camera, and he was also communicating to rollers. So that was his compromise. He came to the stream finally, so he's the one who signed the patch, not a flag this time. And El Greco is his call sign. Obviously, it's because he's an ethnic Greek of Donetsk, and he also knows Greek language. Great guy. He inspired me actually to become a citizen of our country, not just a population. Until 2022, unfortunately, I was one. But I met him in 2020, and for 2 years, a year and a half approximately, he was an example for me. He was an active public. He was like an activist. He not much of an activist, but he was taking part in a political life of our country, So he became a great example for me. I sent you the photo on Signal. Well, it's a post, but you can see Ihor on that photo, the elephant. Elephant was pretty strong, by the way. He could carry a huge weight. You cannot tell this by this photo. He seems like a skinny guy there, but he was doing CrossFit, so he was he had good stamina and pretty strong body. By the way, SL, I have news for you. There were two more donations: $200 from Laura S, 10 tickets for me, and 10 for rollers. Thank you, and $40 from Nikki Hill. Thank you very much, Laura and Nikki. So that is
Many thanks.
$320. So you can send your 300 now, and it is actually the 20 for the next 300, or is it going to be just one time? Because from that comment of yours, I thought you were going to be doing it until we reach the goal, but maybe it's too much that I fantasized about. So let me quickly tell you how much we still need to raise today. It's not going to be hard, just minus 2 donations from the sum. And 40, we still need to raise $1,537.89. So we're actually almost at 50%, a good result today. But with SL's donation of 300, now we're going to get much closer. Thank you, SL, for this awesome challenge today. Thank you. It's
Many
very...
thanks. I love that you also emphasize on saving lives, and of course, sometimes it's hard to pinpoint a specific story how your donation, if it's like 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years, saved actual lives. But when I hear those stories that you shared, and also, especially people who have now 4 years or even more of really experience of fighting Russians, but fighting a new kind of war. Every time a life saved, then it ensures that this kind of knowledge has a chance to survive and travel to Europe and prepare Europeans for what's next. I now more often in my work have to deal with defense and defense technology and startups and European governments, and who are trying desperately to learn from Ukrainian experience. And I remember that maybe a year ago, it would be like, oh, we just copy Ukrainian technologies and we copy Ukrainian drones and what they're doing it, and maybe like throw some AI on it and some new technologies that we produce in Europe, and we're going to be fine. If Russians decide to invade Europe further or they threaten us, we'll be already ready. But now they increasingly understand that AI or not AI or just copying technologies is not enough. Just to be as experienced drone pilots, or just operate that very complex machinery, you need actual people. And nobody in Europe, nobody has any experience relevant to Ukrainians. So every time we lose a hero or Ukrainian hero on the front line with that kind of knowledge, it doesn't have to be drones, any kind of that knowledge, we're losing also a chance to defend ourselves in further in Europe, because now it takes several years for in Europe to train, for example, a regular military drone pilot to the level that Ukrainians trained themselves. Some Ukrainians trained in months on the battlefield. So I think that's important to keep in mind, that every life saved in Ukraine is important. Of course, protecting civilians is paramount and very important, but I would not also discount that protecting lives within Ukrainian army, because I'm only mentioning because you probably know that outside of Ukrainian solidarity circles, even those people who support Ukraine, they sometimes hesitant to support Ukrainian military or those who are serving the front line. And I understand that kind of skepticism, because they live in different realities and they imagine military completely differently from the reality what it is in Ukraine and who serves on the front line. But they, at this point, I think they need to support Ukrainian military just out of really selfish reason, especially if you're in Europe, just to survive in the coming years of what's coming, with Russian and Chinese imperialism advancing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Maxim. And Maxim, we just got two more donations. $20 from Pyrocurt. Pyrocurt needs a couple of tickets. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава.
Героям слава.
And $325 from Asel. I am a woman of my word. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. I
Героям
threw,
слава.
she says, I threw in the extra $25. Merry Christmas to all. Thank you very much, Sharon. And I've reread your last comment. It was one time because you already say you burn a hole in your pocket with this. I understand. Thank you very much. But you get us much closer to the goal. Look at this. We still need to raise only $1,192.89. Almost 2/3 are done, guys. So keep donating, please. We have the chance to go to bed much earlier tonight than in the last few weeks. It was, oh, Maxim, 2 weeks ago it was until 6 a.m. We were sitting here until 6 a.m. We could not reach the goal for a long, long time. Me and my friends Roman Trochimets and Aziza Iskender. By the way, if you someday can make it once again to the stream, I would also like for you to meet with Aziza. She's also, okay, she's an artist. She's a Crimean Tatar, very talented singer and painter and a dancer too. She was a colonized personality, and she is talking about a lot in her art. She is, I think you guys have a lot to talk about, so it would be amazing if someday I could get you together and listen to what you have to say to each other. She usually joins these streams only at 11:30, so she's going to be here in only half an hour. But you told me you have an hour for us, so you probably have to go soon, right?
Unfortunately, yes, but I do know her art, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know her personally, but I'm a fan of her
Wow.
art and her storytelling through art. I think I all during book shows I often emphasize that if you would like to learn or have like this crash course on Russian colonialism, you just need to look into one case study of Crimea and what Russians did to that region. And basically, it's a small case study that tells you everything you need to know about how Russian colonialism operates, what it is, what kind of playbook it has, because that story started at the late 18th century. And Crimea was fully populated, 90% with indigenous people, Crimean Tatars. At that time, by mid 20th century, there was 0% population of Crimean Tatars in Crimea, and the majority of it were
Mm-hmm.
Russians from Russia.
Yeah.
And how they went into 200 years from that to zero, and by learning all of that, you will understand this cyclical nature of Russian colonialism, how it operates, and basically what the Ukrainians have been telling you, that it all starts and ends with Krim.
Yeah.
That's not just empty or hefty talk. That's really the baseline for it, because once the Russian Empire loses Krim, that's going to be a huge milestone and the start of the end for the rest.
Yeah, and it's so good to see how successful our special services strikes on Crimean different military objects were. Those air defense systems, the radars, the what else do we have there? Oil storages, and yeah, Crimea has been burning lately, and it's just such a pity that we have to burn so much on our own soil to get the occupiers banished from our land.
Mm.
This is the sad part of it. The very
Yeah,
sad
but
one.
with the Crimean Tatars, Kremli, origin, Crimean indigenous nation, how they found their home also within Ukrainian identity. That's also a beautiful, powerful story, because those people connecting, despite their very complex histories, the relations between Crimean Tatars and the rest of Ukraine were never easy, kind of marred by a lot of conflict, a lot of trauma, by slavery as well. So, to see those two nations now unified under umbrella of Ukrainian political nation, for me is also a remarkably powerful story of anti-colonial resistance, and they only uniting because they have this shared experience of being abused by Russian Empire, and they know very well where it ends. And that's why I sometimes on book shows I share the story from our own family, because when my family was surviving the artificial famine, the Holodomor genocide of Ukrainian people in 1930s, my family, part of my family, survived only because they were able to flee to Crimea and find shelter there. And a Crimean Tatar family sheltered them. It was 1932. And I never managed to actually understand until much later why would a Crimean Tatar family sheltered a Ukrainian family back then. Only after I learned that just several years, a decade before that, Crimean Tatars also lived through a very similar artificial famine that Russian colonial authority organized and targeted their nation in early 1920s. So when Ukrainians were running away from the same horror and the same terror, it was natural for Crimean Tatars just open their homes and shelter them. And that's how I probably partially why I'm alive today is thanks to that act of anti-colonial solidarity between the two nations.
Maksym, I had a donation before you joined us, and it was from Mr. R. He lately doesn't want me to call his name. He wants to stay anonymous, but I think you may know him. So he said this, and he donated $56.17 before you joined, and he said, "Dear Mr. Nehmatulin," this is me, that's my last name, and Maksym, Jay, Dylan, Nay, come on, we need less Anglo-Saxon voices, and he 95% of his time streams about US politics from Ukraine. I think he was talking about Dylan here. I haven't in a while, but I'll be watching this one live for Maksym. Good luck with your stream, you glorious motherfucker. That's what he said. Thank you. That one was in particular for you, so I wanted to read it. And we just got one more donation, 49 euros and 7 cents from Hildegan. He's from Norway. He said, raffle tickets, please. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Thank you very much, Hildegan. And SL said, okay, rollers, final challenge. Raise 200 and I'll match that too. Wow, she's going crazy today. SL, thank you so much for this overwhelming support. She also donated, Maksym, she also donated $350 on Thursday on the stream. So she's on fire this week, being extremely generous.
So much.
Thank you, SL. Maksym, we have another guest joining us. Maybe at least you say hello, maybe. Let's see if you know that person, who that is. Dylan Burns. Do you know Dylan Burns?
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Dylan. How you doing? Still muted. Still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Nice to see you, Rick. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you, Dylan. This is Maksym Eristavi. Maybe you know him or about him.
I am aware of him. I've read his book, Russian Colonialism 101.
Amazing. I'm happy to hear that. So can he get a compliment from you?
Thank you. Thank you so much for reading it. I hope
I love the illustration work. It was great. I mean, I think it's a great introductory work for colonialism that most Westerners have no idea about. If Westerners know about colonialism, it's usually their own nation's colonialism, and many people even fail to understand that. And so trying to understand other nations and the depths and complexity of that can be quite difficult, definitely through the eyes of not the occupier or the colonializer, the person engaging in the act, which is how usually these stories are told, but through the eyes of who has been colonized. I mean, even when you think about Western colonialism that gets more attention, like through Africa and a lot of these locations in the Congo, most people don't even know a lot of the complexities of that, despite their own countries being directly involved in those actions. So works like this, especially with, I think, such compelling art, I think being based locally with Ukrainian artists is really good. That it got the attention with the English speaking crowd that at least I don't think it just got enough attention, but I'm happy that it got the attention that it did when it released.
Thank you
It's
so much. That's very kind of you. I think that partially that it's also an art book, half an art book. It was intentional specifically because first of all we wanted to feature Ukrainian wartime artists, and a dozen of Ukrainian wartime artists worked on these illustrations in Ukraine. In by the way, the workshop started when first drones actually hit Kiev, and it was just a couple of blocks away from that workshop, and it was the first time when everybody had an experience of watching drones flying over Kiev, which is now something usual thing to do. But it also the idea of combining art and journalism in this way came from the legacy of Ukrainian executed Renaissance. Because when I was putting together the idea for this book, I was actually reading a lot of works of Mikhail Semenko, who is one of the legends of Ukrainian modernist movement, futurist movement. And they published, I mean, they were all killed, executed by Russian occupation in the following years. But before that, they were publishing this cool modernist magazine called New Generation, Nova Generacija. And in their approach, he said that they tried to experiment with putting art next to the journalism because they believed that when it comes to very complex topics, or especially those dealing with trauma, with a lot of facts, it's not enough for people to put it in the writing and publish it just in text. Lots of people won't respond to it. But if you put it side by side with art, that's gonna unlock lots of capacity within a person to accept more complex ideas if they vibe and they relate to the art. So I just I took that idea and ran with it, and that's why within the book you have one page with text and one page with um oh, that's very
Привіт.
cool. Yeah,
Hi,
because
Aziza.
I was telling Rick that I admire your art so much, and I follow it on Instagram as I'm dressing Aziza. And it was, just wanted to say thanks for what you're doing and the kind of storytelling and the kind of art that you're putting out there to tell the story of Krim and Crimean Tatars. That's super cool.
Hello, guys.
Hi,
Happy to
Aziza.
see you.
So, Aziza, did you hear what Maxim said?
I'm so sorry. I had a problem with a sound. Please repeat it again because I didn't hear it.
Sorry for that. No, no, no. Unfortunately, I was soon to leave, but Rick mentioned that you join these streams, and I told him that I had no chance so far to meet in person, but I've been following your art, and I'm a huge fan and
Wow.
respect it a lot. And I watched some of the streams and some of the recordings of your performances, and recommended lots of people already to follow you and your voice, because what you're doing when you talk about Krim, when you talk about the struggle of Crimean Tatar nation through the art, that's really powerful and cool. And I think it eventually reaches much more people than us talking about it in traditional ways. So thank you so much for it.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for understanding and supporting. It's a lot for me. Thank you with all my heart. Nice to meet you here. It's not long time, but I'm I feel a lot of warm feelings from your words. Thank you so much for this.
By the way, Aziza, do you know Maxim or his
No,
work? No?
I didn't know, unfortunately. Maybe I know, but I can like um connect everything that I know, but like from this moment I don't know. I see you first time.
Yeah,
um,
we definitely didn't meet anywhere in person for sure.
Maxim.
But yeah, every if you go and you follow, and I think there's a recording of the colony performance right on the YouTube.
Yeah.
But if you just check it out, it's just one of the best times to spend on YouTube, apart from the stream, of course. But I would really recommend that.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, it is so cool also for me, Maxim. I'm a fan of Aziza's art and music, and I try to help her a lot to be known by more people. We did the concerts together. You probably saw some of recordings, and yeah, I failed to organize a concert for Christmas with her. I wanted to do it, but it's gonna be in January probably. Um, yeah, it's too much going on right now. Sorry, Aziza. Right,
It's okay.
addressing you directly this time, but yeah, I'm so happy, to see that Aziza has another fan in in you, and unexpectedly, yeah, we did not know, and I definitely will. Aziza, do you know a book, Russian Colonialism 101? Maybe you heard about this?
No, I didn't know.
Maksym wrote that one. I'm gonna tell you
Oh
about
my
that. Yeah,
god.
so he knows. He is an expert on Russian colonialism, just like
Wow.
you. And you, as a colonized person, can definitely find a lot in his book. So, okay, that's actually
Shame on me that I didn't read the book. I will read it.
it's a damn great gift idea, Aziza. Bing,
I
dips,
don't think
dips.
that people who have personal experience with Russia unfortunately need that book. Although lots of Ukrainians, lots of people coming from places that are affected by Russian imperialism, they did tell me that they learned a lot about other people, other nations that they didn't know before. That there are so many of them, but unfortunately, happily, I think so. That's a very useful for Ukrainians just to gift someone who has zero idea. Or if you really don't have any arguments, some people said that they would love to hit with this book another person, which is also some idea how to use it if
Um,
everything else fails.
I know that Maxim has to run, so I will just read one message from the chat for him, and it's gonna be what I also think. Maxim, thank you. You are awesome. It was great to have you with us today, and thank you so much for helping us raising funds today too. You're great, and hope to see you here today. Oh,
Yeah,
once
please
again.
invite me.
Yeah.
Please invite me. I'm unfortunate that I'm leaving as more people, cool people join. But hopefully next time I can join your really cool company. But once again, thank you so much for really being so persistent and doing these streams to fundraise. I cannot once again emphasize that those people who donate out of their great hearts and humanity and solidarity, it's big respect for them that they keep standing with Ukraine until victory to this day. But also, I would encourage more people to think that in reality, they are donating, especially in Europe, for their own safety and future. And the longer Ukraine is fighting in this anti colonial resistance, the more chances is for the rest of Europe to survive what's coming. So, if you're tired to donate and you cannot find just empathy or solidarity is not enough, remember that at this point, unfortunately, it's about the future of entire Europe. And we can clearly see it with Russian drones already circling above our heads in Europe, with Russian soldiers casually crossing the borders, with Russian airplanes violating European airspace, with sabotage that is happening, cognitive warfare that being unleashed. That's not about Ukraine anymore, and that's about the future of Europe. And we're dealing with imperialism, and nature course of imperialism is to expand until someone proves it to be too expensive to expand. This is what I learned from studying Russian imperialism and successful resistance examples before. And this is our shared job, to ensure that it's just too expensive for that imperialism to expand anymore. So thank you so much again for inviting me. Huge honor. I was very pleased to share this hour with you.
Thank you, Maksym. It was nice to meet you finally. And as I always say, live long, prosper, and donate. And Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Героям слава. Дякую дуже.
Героям слава.
Дякую.
Bye. See you.
Bye.
Guys, people are saying it's buffering, but on my end, it's good for now, at least. Yeah, back. They say we're back. Well, Roman, first of all, hello to you. I didn't even say hello to you. We were busy talking, you know. It's fine. You're muted. You want to stay muted, I can see. Today, probably... silently talking. Okay, that's funny.
Yeah. Hey, Rick. Long time no see you.
Yeah. By the way, do you know Dylan already?
Yeah, I met him for a few minutes on some stream, maybe. Right, Dylan? We see each other. I was here
Yeah, I
and
think it might have been a Rick stream, actually.
you left and I arrived, so we catch up for a few minutes. No, just you have some plans or some business conference in Dubai, I believe. Right?
Yeah, it was Qatar, actually.
Excusez-moi, mon ami, Qatar. Yeah. See, so yeah, and Aziza had some concert somewhere abroad as well, so Rick was totally alone at this stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I actually need to leave you for a bathroom break because I've been streaming for 2.5 hours and no bathroom breaks. So, Dylan, if you want to maybe ask Roman some questions, because he served in Ukrainian military, now he's a veteran. As of which months did you become a veteran, Roman? Do you remember?
June 27, 2025.
Oof, 27th of June. Yeah. So, unfortunately, his health is not in the best shape after all the concussions he had on the battlefield. So, anyway, guys, you will always find what to talk about while I'm having a bathroom.
Yeah, we have
bathroom
conference
break, yeah.
abroad, Rick. We can do it.
Yeah, I want to get him in on this Dubai deal.
Yeah,
Do it.
Dylan, before you start your questions, I just read in the chat a few minutes before that somebody texted, God bless Dylan here. He make us American look smarter than we are, than people think we are. That was funny.
If I'm doing that, then that's a very low. This is a very low stand. This is a very low bar. So I think this means doom for the country. This is a bad omen. So I've been working in Ukraine since April of 2022. I've been coming back and forth. I'll be in the country for like 7-8 months. I'll go home for the holidays, then I'll cycle back, embedding with National Guard units, Army units, and stuff like that. So this was my first time doing anything like this. I'm pretty young. I'm 24. So this is kind of my first soiree in the war journalism, but it's what I wanted to kind of do more of actually once I came to the country and I filmed in the country and I got really interested in Ukraine and Ukraine's struggle. When did you join the armed services?
Depend of which, yeah, because I fought in 2015 in Azov for almost a year, and then back in 2022, get back. Oh, it was 2 times. Damn, so many wars in Ukraine, like phase of war, you know. Yeah, so from full-scale invasion and before in 2015.
Gotcha. Man, it's weird because in 2015 I was 14 years old. It's weird to think like my main focus then was just like I remember to me I was literally a kid. It was something vaguely on the news I didn't know that much about. And then my main focus was like Minecraft or whatever. And now 10 years later, I'm here and I kind of kick myself a little bit more for not paying attention, but also like I'm 14. Maybe I should be more angry at boomers for not paying attention.
Maybe they will have their own like opportunity to open their personality, I believe. But unfortunately, most of the time it's crisis, right? Which push us, outside of limitations. Because for me, everything starts like from 2013, from Revolution of Dignity. Was a student and was active there, and it was maybe third war, like because it was definitely war. We had killed people, and we was unarmed, fighting against guys with the sniper rifle, AK, guns. Yeah, so and back then, 2014, 2013, I was 21 or 20 years old. So I was student, I was breakdancer, study architecture, making some party, living my amazing life. So I was thinking about nothing, man. it's it's just like you 14 14 years when you was 14.
I actually first came to Ukraine a month after I turned 21, and I started working. So we would have, I guess, started
Well,
interacting with war around the same age, actually.
yeah, yeah. That's cool. It helps you to grown up, right?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what parts because I don't think it's linear. I don't think war makes you grow up in all ways. I think it makes you emotionally mature in some ways, but then I find when I come back from the front line and I'm dealing with more mundane, everyday issues, that I might be really emotionally mature with dealing with maybe certain types of crises or certain things. But I'm still 24. I'm still 24, going on 25. I'm still college age, and it's strange though because I wish it was more linear, but I do feel like it made me mature faster. I do think so.
Yeah, you look so more older than you are. Just it felt even through Scream. When you're talking about like I'm college age, looking at you, and I understand that you know what real problems look like, right? So it's not about your
Another term would
girlfriend
be I look
dumped you,
worn
or
down. I look worn
y-
down a bit.
yeah, but yet, unfortunately, it could be rude or cruel, but such tough situation really forge us, to become like a real steel, and you can feel personality. It depends how tough times they going through, right? And you can literally felt it in conversation, and I don't know. I'm glad that you had this experience, because you can be like in your peaceful country, you could be on top of the world, and all the others problems for you, it's gonna be like, guys, it's a kindergarten, come on. What are you
I will
worrying
say,
about?
and I don't want to make this stream about me too much, but at the start of the year, I had a house fire and I lost my house in the States.
Oh,
Lost
damn.
everything I owned, lost my pets, lost my mother's urn, everything was gone. And I do feel like if I had that happen to me before I went to Ukraine, I don't know if I would have been able to deal with it, especially with like other stuff in the family, having to bury the man who raised me like a month after. Like it was a lot of stuff in a very short period of time. But after having gone to Ukraine, I think it really did help me a lot in dealing with it personally and trying to be there for my family. And so I definitely know what you mean.
Wow, that's amazing, rollers. Can you hear that? So in Ukraine, some kind of magical things happen to people. Of course, some of them broken after such events. But if you strong enough or lucky enough, let's say both, right? Strong and lucky enough to survive that, you can bring this inner strength with you, and your example is so sorry, but amazing. The way how you share with us how you can carry this burden, this tragedy with your house, that you can understand you're alive. This is the most important, right? You can rebuild it again.
Well, I've seen so many Ukrainians do it. I go to, like, when I filmed the Pokrov's documentary, I see Ukrainians. There's a strike, and within an hour, when the embers stop burning, people start getting out the wood planks. Local groups, some NGOs, but mostly locals, come out and they start reconstruction. If the house next to you was destroyed and your windows were blown out, you start boarding up your windows. And I've seen so many people do this, and I know so many people personally who have lost their home. Their home has been occupied. I can go back to the lot. My house is still burnt out. We haven't been able to tear it down due to just bureaucracy, just dumb regulations and nonsense. But I can still go back and I can see it. Some people can't even do that. They can't go back. They can't look at their house. They can't go dig through and try to find their mother's urn. They don't have the ability to do that. And I've interviewed so many people, like probably hundreds of people who have had this experience at this point, that it did allow me to reflect on that more personally and take from that and try to see the bright lights of it. Like, hey, everybody got out. Like, everybody got out. We lost pets, that sucked, but we're all still here.
So basically,
You could be. Sorry, Rick.
it's
We're
okay.
talking here. Yeah, it's all right.
I just wanted to say, so basically, Dylan's experience in Ukraine gave him this mechanism to actually deal with his own loss. That's all I wanted to say. Continue, please.
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was just a statement that you understand
Yeah. It was
from
not a
Dylan's
question.
speech, right?
Yeah, it was not a question. So this is why I tell you to please continue.
Okay. Okay. Dylan, it sounds like you could be amazing motivator speaker if you want. Because I don't know,
God no. I don't need no TED Talks. I don't need to go out there and
no,
be
not
like,
not
here's the
that,
5
not
rules
that.
to pick yourself off your feet for $9.99. I don't need any of that, okay? I
No,
don't need
not
any of that.
screwing TikTok, helping the real people.
Got healing
Because I don't know.
crystals and
I don't know. You look like a Jesus. Step first. Second, so people will believe in your existence. Second, you're talking about tough things with so delightful, with no like nothing happens. But for most of the people, it's life tragedy to lose their home, for example. Actually, it's very when I study about how Russian doing this warfare international and this bombing every single night, especially at night. So one of the method it's include to make citizens lost their home. This is very critical and crucial for most of human beings because for some of them it's just science, it's just observation of different sources, but for some of them it could be even harder than lost their relatives, to lose their apartment, the place where they live, because so many connections, like emotional connections between us and the place where we live, especially when we was born. So if you destroy that, you will destroy person like totally, especially if it's not some um, earthquake, for example, but if it's about another man's aggression.
Offside 12.
And this is their intentional strategy to just take Ukrainians hope. And that's why I just have another respect for you. Okay, it wasn't terrorists who attacked your home, but still you lost it, and it could be very difficult from many level. And this comparison with the lost relatives sometimes it could be rude, but it's just science, is just observation from other psychologists and psychiatrists from different countries. So Yeah.
A lot of when people like when you lose your house you lose everything there, it's a very strange type of trauma because anytime you think about something like, oh, I have something like this, oh, I had a car like that, I had a chair like that, you'll see things that remind you of the things you own. You'll see things that like remind you of what you had, and it'll anger you. For example, this is my patch wall. I used to have a patch wall that was completely filled after like working 3 years in the country, and then like a week after I finished it, the house burned down and I lost every single patch, all the flags, everything that had ever been given by any unit I had ever worked with. And so I had to restart and start from scratch. But that was an event. I mean, I don't want to say from God because it was a lithium battery. So I guess maybe like a factory in China, maybe. But it was an event that happened, and nobody decided that my house was less worth than whatever they were trying to do. It was like what when I look at
Come again.
Ukraine.
Come again, please.
Let me let
Come
me let
again,
me explain
please.
it better.
Nobody. Yeah.
When I look at Dobropila, when I look at Chasiv Yar, when I look at these cities, when I go to these places and I see them burning, what I see is a government deciding that everything they own, all their family records, their peace, their tranquility, their backyard, everything from the toys they had when they were children to the photo albums that go back like decades and decades and decades and decades. None of that is as valuable as needing to do the violence that they are imposing upon Ukraine. Right? What happened to me? That was nobody made no decision saying my house is less important than my profit, than my conquest, than my this. The Russians made that declaration and continue to traumatize people continuously through that act. And so it's very hard for me to personally still be able to relate to what Ukrainians go through. I can relate to losing a photo album. I can relate to losing family genealogical records. I can relate to having to bury the man who raised me. I can relate to these things, but there's a key difference here that makes it, I think, psychologically different. That'll make it so I'll never be able to truly relate to it.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt with that. It's just example how you become stronger when you see and feel other tragedies, right? So when you ride in all these cities, it's you can prove my words, right? It's it's uncomparable when you see something destroyed city like Chasiv Yar, for example, or Konstantinivka in photos or videos, or when you travel there, right? When you physically in such places, it's something way uh, different, absolutely different. Am I correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I've never seen Ukraine in peacetime. I hope I will. I've never seen
Well,
Ukraine in peacetime. In peacetime, I've only ever seen these locations being fought over, and so there are locations that I will only know as they are now because that's how I've ever seen them in person. I remember going to places like Dobropila and meeting the locals, drinking with the locals, being able to hang out. They're really lovely people, uh, and see these communities slowly get murdered through the houses being burnt and being destroyed, and watching that take place over and over and over again. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's also very difficult, I think, for me to truly grasp it because I can't even remember that tranquility because I wasn't here for that. But I can definitely, I definitely know what you mean.
yeah, yeah. It feels like that's actually why maybe for foreigners it's sometimes so hard to keep on supporting Ukraine because they used to such photos and videos every single day in news. But for example, at least you need to travel in one place, even in some, I don't know, Izum city, which is pretty secure, but still it's closer and closer to the front line. And when you're walking around and looking at the building which is destroyed, and you can understand it, you can even feel how life was there, right? Families was born in here, people create something, wish about some things, and build their life, and it was totally taken from that by other aggression. And when you felt that, it's like for me, for example, it's like being in real cemetery, it's because it's something that you can feel total death here on the place where was life just days before.
sometimes I feel like I stepped in like a machine operating like 50% through. I don't know how to describe it, but when I went to the front line, I saw communities that were completely destroyed and horribly maimed, because by the time I got there, I came to the country in April, May. There had already been a significant amount of fighting, especially in the areas where troops had already been concentrated, Donetsk, Donetsk region, Luhansk region. But there also was some pretty bad damage in the villages in Zaporizhia, which was the first front line that I went down to. And so this is what I was first familiar with when I first thought, I'm going to come to the country for 2 weeks, talk to some refugees, and leave. That was the original plan. It did not go exactly how my grandmother probably wished it went. But then I see these communities, and then I hope that the communities behind them will be able to stay secure, they'll be able to stay safe, that the fighting stays where it is so it doesn't creep forward. But then inevitably in some locations it does. And I see these communities where I got to meet these business members who have these like shops and restaurants and places that they want to protect, miners who literally participated in like the digging of locations to try to help protect their homes. And I see these like beautiful locations get destroyed. And what I realize is this, after meeting certain people who was like, oh yeah, I used to be in Avdiivka, then I left Avdiivka, then I came here. And now I'm going to leave here, and now I'm going to go there. I'm in the middle of like a cycle that keeps repeating. And when I come back to the West, I feel this dread in my chest, because I feel like I just want to point to this clear cycle you see happening again and again and again of these communities being murdered. And that obviously what we've been trying for the last 11, 12 months hasn't been working. We have to try something else. You got to throw a log in it, or the machine isn't going to stop. And it kind of feels like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, such cycling is like cycling course, right? It's like, yeah, Rick, you wanna mention the nation, or you wanna ask a
Yeah, I
question?
would love to mention the nations, because I actually have good news for you, Roman. You joined, and I did not even mention it once, but we don't have that much left to raise. Only $947.28 left. Less than $1,000 already now.
Whoa, you did some miracle there.
SL did a big miracle today. She first donated $250, and then she said, for the next $300 that you guys donate, I will match it. And she donated $325 after that. Well, of course, she's not alone.
Whoa.
She's not alone in this fundraising. We had many contributions from many rollers. I will mention some of them that I still did not mention. But she also said that she will match the next 200 raised too. So we just raised 192. Then Donna donated 500 hryvnias to the base, and she said this. And she said, give me a second. She said, who said $12? And she donated $12 there. So SL, it's your turn. $200 more raised. So we will get even closer to the goal right now, thanks to SL.
Nice.
Thank you. By the way,
And
Don,
thank you all the rollers, right?
yeah, not only SL.
Thank you all the rollers for matching.
Thank you, guys. We raised a lot today. By the way, Donna is going to bed, I guess. She says, see you later, guys. My phone will die soon. Wait, Donna, you don't have electricity right now in Tryeshina? If you're still there, Donna, I want to mention your other two donations. That's the third time she's donating 300 hryvnias today. The first two was Credit Limit Gang. I mentioned that one before. But Nova Poshta is the best and will take all over the world. And I totally agree with Dana. It's already taken over Europe, and it's just a matter of time when it's going to take all over the world, except for probably Russia and North Korea, of course. Maybe someday when Russia will be decolonized, and it is going to be some Nova Poshta in Tatarstan, Buryatia, Dagestan, and all those national republics that are going to be appearing at the place of Russia, but not in Moscovia. No Nova Poshta in Moscovia, never. Those freaks don't deserve it.
Okay, Rick, okay, whatever you say.
Yeah, it's going to be внешнее управление, Roman. What do you think? In the future, we're going to install some external management over those territories because we need to control them to make sure they will never attack us again. That's my vision, Roman. Of course, I know that you probably want some other way of solving this, but I think we will manage to install the external management there. Okay,
We'll see.
we'll see.
While
But
while we're talking about with Dylan, did you read at least the chat? I hope, or you're just chatting or chilling. What did you do, man? Because I didn't read the chat. Dylan, we're talking with you, right? Aziz painting, and Rick.
Rick was working on donations. Actually, he was
So nobody
calculating
even
money.
communicate with the
Of
community.
course. Rollers got
Got it.
neglected, as always. But let me mention donations we got, okay? Because we just got 2 more, and that's extra $50. So SL can definitely send
Thanks.
200 already, because it's on PayPal now, all of it. So let me mention those that I did not mention yet. Hildegun, 49 euros and 7 cents. I think I mentioned that one. Raffle tickets, please, and Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. After that, Kathy S., $30, taking SL up on her challenge. Thanks, SL. Thank you very much. Then, after Kathy, Andreas Lech donated $20 and said, SL made me do it. Much love and respect to you, SL. Thank you, Andreas. $10 from Wizard of Ooze. Colonialism is not a thinking machine, nor a body endowed with reasoning faculties. It is violence in its natural state, and it will only yield when confronted with greater violence. Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, 1961. Wow. Awesome quote. Thank you, Mr. Wizard of Quotes. Wow, why don't you change your name for Wizard of Quote instead of Wizard of Ooze? Because you provide pretty good them quotes. Yeah, if I speak American. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is, but seems like it. $100 from Stephen Walsh. Merry Christmas all. Got dinged up in a car wreck. Shit. Car was fine and made it to work on time. I got dinged up, fractured humerus, right, plus dislocated left hand, bad frostbite. Slava Ukraini. Shit, man, Heroям Slava. Okay. An English speaker, that is Dylan, should explain to us what the hell is humerus. Can you show it? Where is it located?
You mean the humor? I don't know where the humerus is, but it sounds probably like a bone.
Yeah, it sounds like a bone. It's fractured humerus right.
So I would say probably between here and his feet.
Okay, got it. But yeah, okay. You don't know the humerus. I thought every English speaker knows that word. You know, it's okay.
Know every bone? Yeah, maybe.
And left hand bad frostbite. Actually, Stephen lives in Alaska. That explains a frostbite. You know, shit, Stephen. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish you a speedy recovery. Next donation is from Mr. R, who donated earlier today, who said that he's not lately watching these streams live, but he's going to watch today's one. He said this: so many thanks for this stream. I know about Maksym for a long while now. I visited his presentation in Amsterdam last year. I think he and you and Aziza are a natural match. I was afraid Maksym was maybe too serious a guest for your stream, but it worked out well, I think. Okay, thank you, Mr. R, for that compliment. And for, actually, for the good words. $22 from Nathan M. for the cause. Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathan. $28.82 from Jeremy, the Dark Oblation. He says, my PayPal balance. Tickets for Silver Earth, please. Thank you very much, Dark Oblation. And SL, keeping her promise, sending $200 and saying, Every donation, no matter how large, small, is important. Together we can do anything. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. Thank you, Asel. Very inspiring. Very lifting, spirit lifting. Okay, let's go this way. Okay, I shut up about donations, and the only thing I need to do is to calculate how much we still need to raise, guys. So it's gonna take another 2 seconds, and we can proceed with conversation, and I will go do the spreadsheet. Yeah, I need to focus on that because we still need to raise only $696.46. That's what's left.
Wow.
Less than $700. So Dylan, maybe you remember that for every Sunday we have a goal of 3,000. So that means we already raised 2,300 today. Pretty good, damn good result, right?
It must be something in the air. It is the season of giving. If there was a season to give, it would be this one.
Yeah, we actually also this week we hold a special fundraiser for Christmas gifts for the kids of Ukrainian fallen defenders and defenders who are missing in action. 87 kids of fallen defenders and 13 kids of the missing in action defenders. We help them with 70,000 hryvnias. We actually raised that money on Thursday. Overwhelming support from rollers. We planned to raise 50,000 hryvnias, which is 1,250 approximately, or 40 or whatever. But we've raised almost 2,000 that day. It was so we lifted the goal to 70,000, and we're going to donate more and provide kids with some better presents. So I'm really happy to have this. I would call it a humanitarian cause fundraiser this week. By the way, someone also donated 2,000 hryvnias to that fundraiser directly to the jar during the stream. Maybe I will even ask Anna to go and increase the goal for another 5 or 10,000 hryvnias, because your generosity, guys, it definitely should be transformed into a better result. Yes, my brain is not that fast as yours, Dylan. I always envy the speed of your brain. How you do it. Damn it. But Dylan, are there any side effects of that? Do you somehow suffer from the speed of your thinking?
Yeah, sometimes smoke goes out my ears. I have ADHD, so my problem is if I focus on something, I'm gonna hyper focus on it. I'm gonna focus on it until I kind of like understand like every little knob and bit of it, and I get obsessive about it. But it's only what I'm interested in. If somebody puts something in front of me and I'm not interested in it, it's impossible for me to remember it. It'll slip out of my ears, and so it's it's very hard for me to fake it.
Okay, got it. Well, yeah, ADHD comes with some side effects that are not so pleasant too. Yeah, I know that. I actually probably have also it, but not maybe in a big how do you call this? Not on the big level, yeah, because I think there are also like levels of spectrum. There are also levels of ADHD, right? Could be better, could be worse. Okay. Damn it, Roman, I interrupted your conversation for so long. So, do you even remember what you were talking about? The burned villages, yeah, and different things that were taken from our people. I remember you and Dylan were talking about that.
I think the last thing I made my analogy about the machine, but I mean, that felt like a natural conclusion to that conversation. We could start a new conversation.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll go work on the spreadsheet, guys, so excuse me. But of course, we can get the questions from the chat too. So Rollers, you ask questions and tag Dylan. And Rollers, may I ask you to also support my work this week? Remember, I told you that I would be happy to get to average income. I need 200 memberships today. if it's possible. You got me 51, so 149 more to go, and you completely stopped for the last 2 hours. So maybe you still want to get me to that goal. Last week we did not reach it. I thought maybe this week we're gonna reach it. That's it. I shut up and ask your questions. By the way, Aziza, you have been working on the painting all this time. Can you tell us? I know that for you, painting is a flow, right? Sorry, not a flaw, but flow. Flow, yes. And you don't really. Sometimes you don't like to explain art, right? By the way, you're muted. So
Yeah.
yeah, if you don't want to explain it, maybe at least tell us something. Why the golden color? Maybe this.
Um, every year when it's the night of solstice, because
Hmm.
you know this is today, like today, there is a most longest night
Yeah, yeah.
and the darkest time, and in same moment it's a birth of like it's really astronomical New Year.
Hmm.
So when the people celebrate a New Year, it's exactly now astronomical New Year, and for me, like I during this time I didn't celebrate holidays at all, even birthday or something like New Year and Christmas too. I like to watch this. I like to be like to touch this beauty of another people, but I didn't feel it's like something like like holidays, you know. But this night I'm always like, what a holiday mean for me. It's a time for to be more to see carefully this time. Try to understand, like to be more honest with yourself. Try to feel this time. Try to feel changes, because it's like before in the past our ancestors they live more close to the nature, and they could be, because yeah, because they work with lands, they their lives were like dependent on this. So this is why they try to be more like more of Maksym, uh, pay more attention. And for me it's also special night. I know, for example, Azov soldiers, they did this in this night a special traditional action when they I think they again like think about all dead soldiers or all fallen soldiers in this night, because it's the most darkest time. And in same moment it's a birth of new sun. It's a um,
Hmm.
like next day will be longer, will be longer, and we will see light more and more and more. It's like it will be now like most darkest time. And for me it's like about our life and about especially Ukraine, when you
Mm.
are living in the most hard like really you cannot enjoy it at all, war and a lot of pain and suffering of different people, best people, death of the best people of this time of this humanity. And in same moment you can feel how it's bring to you um, knowledge, understanding, and development of your personality. And maybe and at the same time you cannot like it, and you want to give all this knowledge to see again alive these people. But in same moment it's a very precious unique time. And in this night I'm drawing the art about like it's me like a dialogue with myself
Mm.
and with nature and with the time, you know, something like this. And what I saw in this days, you know, it was day of memory of all victims of Holodomor famine.
Mhm.
And what interesting I began to know, it's in the days of famine, people begin to eat horses, and they could tell about all details what they eat and like, but they they were ashamed to say that they eat horses because horses were symbol of Cossack state. Horses were the friends of Ukrainian people, and next year it's a year of like symbolic. I in general I didn't believe it in like indirectly, like you know that next year is a year of horse, um and for me it's like a symbol, through the symbol I can understand more, and um like connect my feelings with my nation and with my and with my state. So it will be a symbol of um my time, my nation, and my best feelings for my nation. I wanted my nation and the humanity in general will resist, will win, uh, and the next year will be full of um, opening of something really precious and important for our souls, for our spirit, for our development. And I know that it will be hard time in any case because I discussed today with my friend um, how people can again and again believe in they celebrate new year, or they always wish and they always try to um, dream about something um, special, that next year will be better. And I saw this memes that we saw that 2025 will be best year of my life, but 2025 was like best year of my crazy mind, like a lot of different challenges that you could not even like um so it's
Imagine.
like yeah, you feel this year past year like it was maybe 10 years, because you met a lot of different feelings, events, painful moments. And so I know that next year will be difficult, but in such moment I want to wish to all my friends all the best, and like through the art, in now I use the art like always like messages to the world, more like political messages. But these days, like I remember about my past life when I always created something very abstract, not about some topic or some personalities,
Mhm.
um, not just about the state and about the, I don't know, nature that around of me. And in the same moment, I could not be out of from our from our identity. So it will be like supporting to my country, to Crimea and to Ukraine and to the world and our friends from all the world.
Thank you, Aziza. As for the solstice, yeah, I also learned a lot today from different sources about it, a bit more, and these are more like, yeah, uh, whatever. Roman. So Aziza mentioned the solstice ritual in Azov. Did you participate in that one in 2015?
Um, yeah, actually, if I'm not mistaken, it happens in uh, autumn, so it's in September. We have this celebration. We call it Day of the Dead.
Mm-hmm.
when we have this oh fuck, I forget how to say smoloskipy.
Torches.
Fuck, torches. Yeah, when you have these torches, and we call our fallen combat fellows call signs, and we said they are still among us. Yeah, so it's at least few years it was in день осіннього сонцестояння.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably I did a mistake.
Uh it's okay. I mean, we have a lot of inner traditions, some of them well known for public, some of them not. Yeah. What was the oh, thank you very much. I have I just watched our fundraising wall as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have one I don't know how to call it, one man in Instagram who texts me messages like I'm from another country, I want to donate to some campaign. It was like 3 months, oh no, 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then I respond him and there was no reply. And so today morning I just sent him, we have active campaign, want to join? And he replied, oh yeah, sorry for a delay. So he sent 200 euros and I say, yeah, thank you very much. So sometimes it happens so miraculously, some literally unknown person who just add somewhere in social media. I just sorry, I'm a bit in different flow. Uh, because sometimes I'm thinking it's so stupid to post something on Instagram, especially right now. When I was in front in trenches, it was obviously because first of all, it's my legacy. Second of all, most of the videos could be the last one of my videos. So when I left something, and it was about informing people how is it actually being in war in our civilized modern war. But right now, it felt so stupid because I feel no reason to maintain social media. But sometimes such messages return back. It helps that even such stupid social media like Instagram could bring something useful, connect amazing people between us. Despite a lot of advertising, a lot of trash there, it's still some platform which can let us, know each other better and help soldiers. So maybe it's not too stupid to keep on maintaining social medias and such things, but I'm a big hater of that, of all these things. Uh Maybe you have some thoughts about it as well. Sorry if I change the topic, from Aziza's golden painting stream to something absolutely different. Just want to be share where's my flow right now, But we can keep on talking about uh, gold
I can
on the
actually.
canvas.
I
can.
think. Oh,
Yeah. I
Rick, you was sick.
I also wanted to
Aziza was first.
engage. I also wanted to engage Dylan and ask him both questions. Actually, his perception of social media and solstice. And Aziza, if you have something to say before Dylan, you say it.
I want to say that it's very for me. I agree with you. The social media are really, it's something crazy. But what you did and you do, I think it's very important for us, like history of this time, because you saw something more, and I think from my side, and you can share these thoughts with his thoughts with us, and it can change, because everything can be for good and for bad. I understood it's even from the full skilled war, because I was really big hater of all this media, and I understood that social media help us to to be success in some moment, to connect with a lot of people in the world, to share, or even this link on with fundraisings, and to share with our like the crimes that Russian did with a lot of people. And so it's great instrument, for can be great instrument for good too. So your thoughts, for me, it's very important, and I will be happy, like I will be um, grateful to read this, to touch this, because it's not just like for stupid things. I know it will be all time something deep, like I think so. If you will continue to do it, uh, it will be great. But I know that it's take a lot of energy. Sometimes you cannot like
Yeah.
focus on something more
Yeah.
deeper. Like for example, for writing the book, and you need a lot of energy to do it. You have to collect your attention, and so it's I know it's needs a lot of energy, spiritual energy to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan, I think it's your
Yeah.
turn.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean,
Thank you very
social
much.
media is like I don't like it. I don't really enjoy it that much. I like being able to come back to it. I like that. I like being able to come back to it and shoot off a few comments and get immediate responses and get an immediate dialogue. I like that idea of social media. If I have an idea in my head that I want to throw out there, that I want to say something maybe a little mean about Steve Witkoff, and I have the ability to do that, right? And I appreciate that. But I don't like how the algorithm prioritizes the most hateful, vile nonsense, especially when you're in locations like Twitter in the For You section. It's always the most racist or the most vile or the most how would I put it? Just as divisive as physically possible. It seems like somebody has chosen issues uh, designed to divide us. And I do
Yeah.
think when it comes to how campaigns are engaged in countries are engaged in bot campaigns, they're engaged in manipulation campaigns. That often is the case. I mean, you can see with, for example, the purchasing of different YouTube shows. We saw with the Timcast, and we saw with other YouTubers that were paid out by the Russians, that they're quite literally trying to not necessarily like snap their fingers and create a social media star. It's not that simple, but to find the voices that are in line with their interest and amplify them, either by boosting them with bots or by trying to tweak the algorithm or finding some way to finance them so they have the equipment necessary to pump out their image. That's what happened with Tenant Media. That's what they're doing on social media all the time. And so when you poll the American public right now, more Americans support sending weapons to Ukraine than at any point in American history ever. Right now. It doesn't feel like it though. It doesn't. And the reason it doesn't is because the conversations we're all having with Americans is usually through social media. Most people aren't calling people, like entering in a random American's phone number and calling them. It's through this platform that is manipulated through transnational interests, manipulated through bots, and manipulated literally by money, direct financing. And so social media is an important tool. It's not going away. If you want to treat it like your Sisyphus rock that you have to endlessly push up the hill in order to just get that little bit more for the guys, I understand that. But I don't want people to get too doomed too hard when they look at social media. Look how mean people are, look how disgusting people can be, because it really does feed into our worst predilections. We saw with the Facebook whistleblower that the algorithm literally rewards mean, aggressive, negative stories that give people that hate each other, because they understand that keeps people on the platform, that keeps people clicking. And so I don't want people to look at social media, see some Duganite, doing okay when it comes to viewership, and think, oh, I guess, half of America loves Dugan, or this, or, half of America agrees with that horribly vile comment in the replies. No, that's what social media, that's what the algorithm ended up prioritizing. I put it in front of faces, and faces interacted with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well said. Actually, speaking about that topic, Dylan, I was searching like why and how social media could be so depressing. Not talking about maintaining your personal pages, but being in social media in general, just scrolling, reading some news, some feeds, watching some reels, and I realized, for example, it's interesting how you behave in social medias. But for me, if I see something controversial news, I don't know, maybe something about TCK or something about conscription to Ukrainian army or something about Ukrainian language versus Russian language or stuff like that, something which really crucial and critical. It's it raised some emotion inside, and then for me, for example, it's interesting to read the comments, like what other people thinking about this situation. When I open the comments, most of the time I could see the really destructive comment with the most likes. And my mind, at least, works in this way. I used to read the comments with most liked, because it has some social proof. It means most of the people like read them and liked them. So it could be 10 to 20, for example, top comments, and most of them, they are fucking horrible. They show some picture after which you just want to shoot you just do some damage to yourself, like y- and when I try to realize this way of thinking, like this scale of emotional stability, um I think that I open social media in good mood, but then after news, I had this bad feelings about everything. I have like some kind of depression, and I start thinking that, damn, so many Ukrainians like still support Russian language in Ukraine, for example. And like, oh my God, so many comments was liked, which says language doesn't matter, Russians language not is good, and it's our, like, like brothers and sisters there and stuff like that. And most of these comments, they are from real person, they are not bots. And but still something wrong, so I start digging deep inside of this process, and I understand that mm, first I just had these thoughts. Is it possible to do this informational warfare at this level? If I open Instagram, if I see some controversial topic, and I c- I I believe you guys the same. You read the most liked comment, and you don't like all the 1,000 comments as well, right?
Yeah.
Or how has it happened?
Yeah, I
Just
can tell you one interesting story. I met
no,
Crimea.
just please, just I will quick finish. I just
Okay,
want to ask.
sorry.
Sorry, Aziza, I will finish and I'll give you a word. Okay. It's just interesting. Is it work with you as well, and maybe with you rollers? You read the most liked 10 comments maybe, and that's all. Okay, at least Rick said yes. So
Yeah, yeah.
I will
I
finish.
nodded my
And
head. I affirmed.
yeah. Thanks, Dylan. And Ziza, thank you. So I start thinking, if such event manipulate my inner state so effectively, how uh, is it possible to use that as a weapon, as internet, like informational weapon? And the answer was yes, because I start searching, is it possible for Russian propagandists, for Russian boat farm to, for example, find they see the news, right? How it happened in my imagination. They see the news appear, and there are literally different opinions there. And Russian has a command like dudes or orcs, I don't know how they call each other, maybe something like this, maybe motherfuckers. We have this news, and we need to like this and this and this comment, because they was from real person, and they was depressive, but we need to uh, Як це підняти їх вверх, вгору? Rick, help me.
Lift them up to the top.
Yeah, we need to lift them to the top. So all the newcomers who will read this news, they will see only this top depressive and negative comments from real person, but they was like the most. So like Dylan said, like it's not all the American who against weapon and help in Ukraine, right? Most of them on Ukrainian side. But if you search social media, you will see different pictures. So probably, and artificial intellect and some smart people also tell me that this is how it works actually. And I was so, when I discovered that, I realized that if you don't understand how it works, it could create the very negative effect and impact on people who just eventually said, I don't believe Ukraine can still resist. I don't believe in Western support. I don't believe in myself. I can't change anything. I will stop watching news. I just want this war over. They stop saying that we want to win this war, we want freedom, we want to free Ukraine, we want to free of democracy. They said, I'm sick of tired of everything. So international informational warfare kills one person without almost doing nothing. Yeah, it's interesting your opinion. What do you think about this theory? Because for me it was mind blowing how easily to manipulate emotions and how it's profitable to understand how it works and block and resistance such statement. Thank you.
I just want to affirm they're 100% doing that. They're 100% boosting the top comments that align with them. It's much easier, and they figured this out because before I would read some of these comments, right, and I don't care how dumb you are, you could be the dumbest man in all of America, but if you read a comment and someone's like, we in the Texas Oblast love our water ports, we should separate, nobody's gonna read that and believe that it's real, right? They realize that somebody living in Vladivostok or St. Petersburg or any of these places, no matter how much they consume American media, they can't seem to really understand what motivates the American mind, or what motivates an American to say, I'm going to be an isolationist, I'm going to do this. And talking about the oppression of the Russian Orthodox Church and all that stuff, most of that never really worked. I don't think it really got as far as they wanted. What did work is finding people like Tim Pool and others who already had values that were in line with them. It doesn't mean that they need to agree with them. It doesn't mean that they have to agree with Russia's nationalist worldview and everything. But if they can just agree that Ukraine is a problem, that Ukraine shouldn't be assisted in any way, and they can boost those voices, no matter if they're left wing, right wing, then it's useful. And they don't just do that with content creators. They also do that in trying to manipulate conversations, i.e. boosting comments that are most in line with what they would like to be at the front of the conversation. It doesn't always just have to do with Ukraine. Sometimes it's internal divisive topics. Because if Americans are, I'm just going to put this very bluntly, if Americans are yelling at each other about race, then they're not concentrating on other issues. And I'm not saying that there's nothing important to talk about. All I'm saying is that if we're having race riots and rioting and fighting against each other, then we can't make any stand on the international stage. It's just not possible. That type of internal discontent doesn't work. And so that seems to be the center of Russian information operations right now. And I will say, I think it's having an effect not only when it comes to the general public, but I think it even has an effect in shaping conversation, especially if those involved wanted to be shaped that way. For example, Donald Trump recently talked about how, this totally successful negotiation process is going. And he says, look, the Russians are here. The Ukrainians ain't here yet. Now, most Americans are going to hear that, and they're not going to know what that means. They're not going to know what he's actually saying is that he's demanding Ukraine give up the Donbass. The Ukrainians are saying no because the Russians never took it, and the Ukrainians aren't at this position of give up their land. But he can't say that publicly. Trump knows he cannot say that publicly. If he says Ukraine should give up the land that even is occupied, it doesn't sound too good. But if you say give up the land that is not currently occupied, that polls negatively even with his own base. So that bill's really, really bad across the country. So instead, he says, not Ukraine should give up their land. He says, Russia's here, Ukraine isn't. And it's this, and I think the shaping of the conversation is supposed to make it so it's kind of oiling the unpleasant, unmentionable conversation for Trump. oiling the social stuff on the ground, while Trump is trying to frame it at the top as nicely as you can, because you can't frame what's happening nicely. At least that's what it feels like from my perspective.
Uh-huh.
I
Rick, wanna add? And okay, and
okay.
Aziza will
Aziza's
tell the
turn.
story or what? Okay, Aziza
Yeah.
first. Okay.
Aziza or Rick? Rick, you want to
Aziza,
say?
say it.
Uh,
Yeah.
maybe it's I had such story from my Crimea Tatar friend. Um, she said she this like відписалась, як буде сказати?
Uh,
Unsubscribed.
On all Crimean Tatar channels in Instagram because of the comments. And what's
Wow.
on all this like posts, they could find a lot of toxic comments from Ukrainian people, especially when it's post about the rights of Crimean Tatar, or Crimean Tatar are indigenous people of Ukraine, and you can find a lot of toxic Ukrainian comments against Crimean Tatar, and against in general this idea that we have like rights, or we so a lot of very stupid comments about that we came with Chinggis Khan, like with the Mongols. We are not indigenous people, and Ukrainian people are indigenous people of Ukraine. So very stupid comments. And in general, there are really problems in some understanding of between us, but most of these comments bots. And also they use such Russian use, like Roman said, they like support like bad comments with likes, or they use the real problems, but with like with a pushing of open ideas, because they use these problems that we can really find it in our community, and they like make it very bright for. And Crimean Tatar begin to think Ukrainian don't support us. Ukrainian like Russian. Ukrainian have
Yeah.
imperialistic mind. We don't trust Ukrainian people. And Ukrainian people also think, because I even found the channel against Ukraine, against Crimean Tatar, or like it's Ukrainian channel that are absolutely it's absolutely against Crimean Tatars. And Ukrainians think that Crimean Tatars they betrayed us. They live a great life in Crimea. We don't need Crimea at all. So they use this topic. And what I want to say is it's really instrument, and it's also about the native advertising. So when you for example, if why I think that the social media will show you what you want to see, or they will show you maybe like opposite world of view or something. So it's really very smart system that will work with your brain. And it's really, you have to check everything. You have to understand why I see it. um, and it's really a big Russian have big opportunities with the money, with different how to say, organization in all over the world that work with this, and they have great diplomacy, and they really have a big platform. Because in the beginning of full scale war, I was volunteer in cyber defending company against the Russian propaganda. And we, for example, we block Russian channels. We write the comments. I was bot. I was Ukrainian bot on all Russian propagandistic channels. I write the comments. Or, for example, I was like fake Russian in Russian channels, like Crimean channels, and I wrote to them, soon Ukrainian will come to Crimea. You have to run from this. They will. so, so it was really interesting to understand that it's really work, and we have to. After a long period, I realized that I begin to too much aggressive, toxic after this work. So even I begin to be toxic to Ukrainian after this work. And before the war, I was against the I never comment any posts. I believe that artist has to be outside of the system. I never do it, and mm, this false cat war changed me absolutely and begin to be bot, a toxic bot. So, and it's really important to work in this direction, and that is why it's important to say about your truth and to share it um, with different people. And when you have great like like a lot of subscribers, so we have more responsibility to share it, to say about it. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, for example, if we are talking about Crimean Tatars, we really degr- uh, we degraded. We didn't have such a lot of influencers or people who can really share with thoughts with different peoples from all the world. And this is why it's so important to be voice of our reality, to share a true history, not fake history, propagandistic history. And like during this work in this defending cyber like army, I realized that it's very important and it can really uh, help if you work together with big community. Yeah, I know it even with work with activism with another activist. When you use media for changes, for example, in your city against like such terrible person like Trukhanov, when you use this resource of the um, mm, source of the people, it can really change something in your city, with your people, and in the world too. Because it's really impressed me that I can really write to many uh, um, to many um, famous people or politician people, uh, about my thoughts. And when you write it with a lot another people, it really can um, make these people nervous, so they have to answer, they have to do something because it's begin to be power. um, and what I want to say about the United States, uh, yeah, I also feel it how it really work, and how, for example, it's work with my mom for for example, Zelensky said about he recorded the video in the Day of Dignity, I think. Yeah, and he wrote that we are tired and we cannot be till the last day like steel, we have to like. And she had only citata from this, like so
Quote.
yeah, the Russian publics use only one small sentence from big his speech about how we have
Yeah.
to fight. And she called me crying. She said, Aziz, what's wrong? Zelensky will like but betray us. He will give, like he will write a peace agreement with Trump. I said, no, Mom, no. It could not happen like this in any case, because in our country, Zelensky is not the like he has a power, but I believe that the people are the power of Ukraine. We will never be agree with this, and in general, it was of course it was a lie, because um, because it was just one small sentence from the big text that he said, and it was about how we still have to be honest and serve with dignity for our freedom and for our people. So, but in general, what's making me sad about the United States is, in general, that Trump is a president of United States. In any case, it's so shameful for our time, and it's in any case, it's like craziness, madness. Uh, yeah, it's can be maybe not so bad like we can see, but for me, it's big disappointment And for such people like my mom, who is living under Russian occupation, uh, who always was on their side on United States, and she's absolutely for democracy and want to be united with free people from all the world. But she's really has depression because of this, because United States was a example. It's example for all the people from all the world, and like Trump shakes the head of Putin, and other leaders will do it again and again. And what can make me worse than this moment? Nothing. Like if even Trump will say something good, it will never change this topic from this time. And for me, it's unfortunately changed me too. But exactly, people like you and people like rollers and another great people that still are fighting, still on our side, like inspired me to believe that it can change, and people are their power, not like such stupid people, such stupid leaders that did so big mistakes in our history again and again.
Wow. Oh, Rick, your turn
Powerful.
right now. If you still remember the question, it's interesting your opinion. Thank you, Aziza, for such long, not short story.
Okay, my opinion.
What do you think about all this technique and all this informational warfare?
Yeah,
Mm,
actually,
You're smart guy, so it's interesting to hear what you think for real.
thanks. Thanks, because on these Sunday streams, no.
Aziza, it's okay. We just come on. It wasn't so long a reply. It was just
Yeah, you
okay.
see.
Sorry, my hair in the glue. I have to wash it.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
come back.
Okay.
So.
Another casualty of art.
Yes.
We need evacuation.
We have a casualty. We need an evacuation. Yeah, you're right. You see, the problem is on these streams. I'm still a smart guy, and whenever I have
Yeah.
the chance to.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Roman just noticed. He says, "Rick, you're a smart guy. It will be interesting to listen what you think about this." And
I just noticed it. Okay.
yes,
What's problem?
Roman. But you see, I noticed also that on these Sunday streams, whenever I have the time to talk, I already have a pile of donations, or I have no donations and I need to talk about this. It's great. Sometimes it's not great if it's not enough donations, right? So that means that all, like, I would say 70 to 90% of all the time when I'm talking on these streams will be about fundraising. You see, and for people lately on Sunday streams, it's hard to notice that I'm a smart guy, because all I do, I don't engage in conversation. I just fucking talk about, okay, we got more donations, or guys, there was no donation for an hour. We need to raise funds. These guys need our help, and I'm being annoying. I'm not really engaging in conversation properly. And
Pain in the ass.
yeah, being a pain in the ass, exactly. Yeah, that was just a cough, Rick. I didn't call you a pain in the ass. Yeah, and I totally. What I like what you said about how they operate, how they are pushing those negative comments on top, and yeah, that's how I do it. We don't have time these days to read, even 50 comments. You go and read the first that you scroll through. Yeah, of course, you can use the method to go to the very bottom and read from the bottom, right? But it also takes time sometimes to go to the bottom. Or you can, on YouTube, it's a cool function that I like to use. I never read the top comments there, by the way. I read the newest comments. There is a filter, and you can sort by newest. and I always read just the newest ones. That's how I can see not what they are trying to show me, but how what people just recently posted, and it's different. It can be some trolls, it can be some propaganda, but it can also be some real people. So, guys, if you did not know about this trick or didn't use it, I recommend you to use it because it really helps to fight the top comments, because these days, indeed, trolls and bots they just make it look like it's all negative, and you cannot find some positivity there because everything that is on top will just be some bullshit or propaganda or some lies or complete. Not only nonsense, but it's going to be insult. It's going to be insulting, and it's going to enrage you. So yeah, that's one of the small tricks. What else can we do? I don't know what the hell else we can do. Dylan, maybe you have something on your mind. What can we do with the negativity on social media? How do we filter it?
I would arrest everyone who disagrees with me, and then we'd have nothing to be negative about.
Nice methods.
But if we can't do that, you have to change the algorithm. I understand that the algorithm, you'll get more retention if you prioritize what is negative, but a lot of that stuff in the For You page should not be in my For You section. Okay. I like boxing. I like Western movies, and I follow international news. I don't know why I'm getting like neo-Nazi like hype edits in my For You section. I don't know why I'm getting a bunch of Duganist nonsense in my For You section unless all they want me to do is argue with it. All they want me to do is quote tweet it and say, this motherfucker. That's all they want from me, is to continue to, continue that cycle. And in some ways you feel like you have to participate in the cycle to debunk stuff, but you also don't necessarily want to be boosting the garbage in question in order to, do that work. And so I think the algorithm itself has to change.
Considering what people are controlling the algorithm, Dylan, these fucking oligarchs like Elon Musk or Zuckerberg, they care only about the damn profit and power, the ultimate power. Elon Musk almost got to $1 trillion worth of his finances. Or how do we call this? Fortune, right? These motherfuckers will never change algorithm to be objective, let's call it this way, or at least not non-toxic or humane, for fuck's sake, civilized. So what do you think about this, Dylan?
You would either hope that there would be either, number one, there'd be regulation, but in the United States, that type of regulation of a social media company is going to be quite difficult. There's also the question of competition. I think that I would like the Twitter experience without the calls for civil war. I would like the Twitter experience without the constant race baiting. So I would like that Twitter experience, and if somebody provided that, I'd probably go to it. But and we see that there is some hunger to it. You'll hear about Blue Sky, or you hear about this, you hear about that, and for like a week or two, people will talk about it, and then it fades away. So there is some apparent desire for a competitor, or it is when you aren't constantly steeped in just doom scrolling after doom scrolling. But that is not in the rearview mirror. I don't see that happening in the near future. And the other idea is, you keep pushing up Sisyphus's rock. You keep trying to compete, given the uneven ground, which is really all you can do in the meantime, unless there's a change in Twitter leadership, which I think Elon's very against an idea.
Exactly. Well, yeah, these are my thoughts, and also the reply to the thoughts of Dylan. And here's Aziza. She's back. Awesome. How's your hair, Aziza? Yeah. I see you hidden it under your scarf now completely.
I hope.
Is this still here?
Я сподіваюся, мої волосся не відпаде.
Aziza said, I hope my hair won't fall off. What glue is that, Aziza? It's not super glue, right? What?
Amazing glue.
PVA.
PVA.
I could read it by her lips.
It's fine. It's even healthy. It's even healthy.
Mm.
We used to have some mask on the face, for soft
Yeah,
skin and stuff like that.
right.
What else?
Dylan,
But
it's this
Rick,
white glue. Do you know this? How do you call it in English? We call it PVA, 3 letters.
What type of glue?
uh,
Super glue?
polyvinyl
Polyvinyl. What is A?
Vanilla glue?
acetate,
I don't know many
polyvinyl
glues
acetate.
described by taste.
Yeah, it's middle tasty, medium rare.
Medium rare.
Yeah. Rick, what do you think about? At least we did first step, and those rollers who watch us, many of them recognize it. Some of them just discover it with us. At least while we recognize such technique, it's like fighting against manipulation.
Mhm,
The very first step is learning how to understand that this is actually a manipulation.
mhm,
So you need to recognize them, and this is like o- more than 50% of success. If you understand that this is manipulation, at least you you can have no instrument, to overcome that, to be trickier, to be smarter than manipulator.
mhm,
But if you find out that they use it on you, like it's in some negotiations, for example, or arguments,
mhm,
so you'll know that something wrong, and at least you can easily cut the conversation. This is the most efficient part. Or you can say just stop. You're doing right now is manipulation. So
mhm.
you can do it with a real person.
Yeah.
This is the least that you can do. But with the informational warfare, we can do almost the same. We can we can find out some controversial news. It raised some emotion with us, and
Mhm,
it could be signal that something trying to control my inner flow,
mhm,
my inner behavior. And at this point, we just could be very careful with that, that
mhm.
any news which raise some emotion in your head, they had some goal just to direct you to this or this or this way.
Yeah.
And at this point, if you understand how the rules, how they played, I saw the play, they like aliens, or how they played.
Them.
Yeah. Yes, them. So it won't control you as before. It still could affect on your mindset, but not like before.
Yeah.
And after that, when you recognized, you can literally just close this news, or just start reading the bad comments, like bad influence comment. And if you understand that it was liked by
Mhm.
2000 bots, Russian bots, it won't affect you as before, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Um. Well, first thing,
Yeah or no?
first step, actually
Uh,
is knowing. First step in fighting something is knowing how it works. So we actually, you actually, well, I think some people definitely knew that tactics, that pushing some needed comments on top, to the top, is
and so
what
sorry,
bots
Rick,
do, right?
excuse me, Rick, just one very important thing, that it is a lot of information that how Russian trolls create in comments, but
Hmm.
smart people could understand that this is comment from trolls, from no name, the closed account or account with 0 subscribers or stuff like that. This is obvious. So they goes even further. They take the real person comment. This
Yeah.
is the main difference.
Yeah,
So
I
the person
understand.
is real. It could be Ukrainian or smart but depressive American citizen, for example, and they pick exact this comment.
Hmm.
So nobody will notice that something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, please carry on, because it was important details
Yeah,
in
that's
that.
I actually wanted to say that, yeah, not
Yeah, sorry, man. Ah,
what?
I was
No.
impatient.
You
Game over.
no, it's not.
See you later, guys. Okay.
Actually, it was
Stream's over.
it was an important addition, actually, and point that yes, it's the comment of the real person. It could be even a Ukrainian vatnik, not someone who is disappointed or depressed. It can be a vatnik, but if it is amplified by the bots, not the bot is writing it. Yes, if the bot's amplified, if they put it on top, you need to actually realize that there is such a way to manipulate you, to put those real people's comments on top by the bot activity. You need, once you know about these tactics, once you keep it in mind every time you read a comment, this is already a first step into not being manipulated. And that is actually enough to completely, maybe even transform your perception of such comments. Lately, whenever I see a bot comment under my videos, and actually I think it happened since the very first time I did a dub of the interview with the prisoner of war of Zolkin. I did it, and of course it was a huge attention to it, so bots were also writing comments under it, a lot of them. And I even, once I had a Discord server, I started posting the funniest of troll and bot comments, or some stupid people whose comments were amplified. I started posting them for fun into Discord to have a good laugh with all the rollers there. So once you understand that it's just, it's inconvenient, because you understand that the truth is on your side. You know that Russians are aggressors here, and you know that even though maybe indeed showing the prisoner of war on camera is against Geneva Convention, you gotta understand that we should not really give a fuck about that, and we have the right to not give a fuck. That's the most important thing about that, because we're actually fighting for our existence, and we're going to use every method to show how delusional, how savage those Russian minds are, and how damn despicable they are. And I know that, yes, maybe this method is not by all the great standards of this world that Russia doesn't give a fuck about, but it's the smallest damage that we could do to that captive, actually. So I kept that in mind, and when you know that the truth is on your side, when you have the critical thinking, right, and you can also take some criticism. It may not be about about like real trolling. It could be really pointing out some problems with your video. Yes, but you can sort that. You can basically sort it by topics and just see if it is reasonable or not a reasonable comment or some delusional comment. So, to be honest, critical thinking is a great thing, and whenever we speak about great smart people who are watching us right now and who are part of pro-Ukrainian community, it's much easier, to let them understand what they should do or should not do, and how easier it is. And most of them already understand all of this. The problem is to somehow increase the number of such people. And for that, we will have to somehow teach the ignorant people who won't be watching this in any way, who won't be, just interested in any of this. So that's the biggest challenge. And that's the rhetorical question, how the hell to do this? So we've been talking about this with you, Roman, and I think with many other friends of mine, that is it indeed possible to transform someone into Ukrainian supporter if they are not one and if they don't really care? So Yeah, I'm coming to this point in my way of thinking, or in my thinking process.
You know, uh, I believe that propaganda works with the value of personalities. So if you, why, um, for example, in Tunisia, people like Putin because he is like more man than Zelensky because of propaganda, because he shows this conservative way of thinking. The truth is not like this because he is absolutely not like this person, but he shows us shows the symbols, and so they it's match with the people values, and that is why they want to believe in this propaganda. And that is why when somebody say that Russian are not guilty because it's just propaganda, it's just lie that makes them like this, they begin to believe that Ukrainian are bad. And no, it's just values of the people who want to believe in this truth. It's comfortable for them to live in this world. And so, if, for example, European people don't want to see the truth because they want to live in same comfortable world, and they want to be far from the war. They want to believe that peace agreement can help them. Peace agreement with Ukraine that cannot win Russia because Russia is so big and so has a nuclear weapon. So we have to like do this peace agreement to have a comfortable time. And it's like big madness because we had this in the history in the past and it was mistake. But they still want to, like, what I saw when I visited, for example, Germany, when I visited Poland, Italy, Tunisia, I saw this wish to be in this way. And what I want to, for example, I want that European people will recognize deportation of Crimean Tatars in 1944 like genocide. And I want that we will find the way that they will not have opportunity to not recognize it. So only like with the, not like victims, but like somebody who want to push, who want to show that they have only one choice to organize it, and they have only one choice to be on our side if they like. So find this way because they will never organize it in another way. They will never organize it if I will we will ask them. So it has to be a very very strong position.
Hmm.
And I want to find this, how to say, how to change this, because really I feel that if people have no values, don't want to like to see changes in often imperialistic minds. Because why decolonization is about the world, because it's maybe more comfortable to live in the past. Because for me it isn't new world, it's all it's still old world of old people like Trump. And the most like a lot of leaders of different countries are very, you say that, I mean, ageism, it's ageism, how to say, but
Hmm.
it's about the old systems that want to exist and don't want to die. They want to live, but the time is gone. They could not be in this world anymore. Something. So I don't know if we can change this, but it's like also you're like a mad want to do it in any case, because you have no choice and you have to fight, like our ancestors, our dissidents, our Ukrainian nationalists that fight for Ukraine in the time when they have no hope. They just know that they will end in the prison or will die, and they did it in any case.
Dylan, we were talking a lot and you were silent. Maybe you. Roman, I see.
You
Maybe
just
you.
read my mind, Rick. I wanna ask Dylan the same. He was silent with his ADHD. It's dangerous. He could explode.
Muted. You're still
Uh,
muted, Dylan.
Could be lethal. Could be. Sorry, I was muted. I could say a few things. Media literacy is a big problem. People will see a logo like BBC or CNN on something and immediately believe it's true. And so a lot of these, like the Russian Internet Research Agency, which was the Prigozhin-led outlet that was pumping a lot of disinformation out into the West, these are trying to use the credibility of what people know are good sources, BBC, CNN, what would be traditional outlets that would report on the news, and using their credibility to trick people. And the way people learn about the news, most people don't Google CNN.com and then read story after story after story, right?
Yeah.
I'm crazy enough. I actually go to the NPR website and I read what the headlines are. But a lot of people learn about the daily news by just scrolling. Just scrolling, something ends up in their feed, or they go to talk to somebody. And when you see that type of disinformation, it transfers through word of mouth as well as transfers through social media when people don't have the experience or knowledge and how to deal with it. They don't have the training. And so I think media literacy training should be mandatory in public education, and it should be mandatory even in homeschooling in the United States.
How do you call it?
Because I think it is both a national security issue as well as an issue of the education of the individual child. But this is not something that you can like snap your fingers and do overnight. We can try to do some 60-minute segments trying to teach grandma how to tell the difference between the AI video and the non-AI video, but that's very difficult work, especially for people who have no conception of this type of technology. People who over the age of 60 who might not understand exactly how this works and it's just past their prime on it. I think one of the main tools we can use though is undeniability. The fact that you said that the truth is on our side, and often it doesn't feel like an asset, definitely in this age of information warfare, but there is something powerful to taking a destroyed out, burnout civilian car and plopping it in the middle of a town. And so people have to see the burnout ruins of a crime. There is a certain usefulness to having somebody who can show the physical scars of what has been done to them by Russian imperialism and saying, this is what I gave for my freedom. This is what I gave for my family. This is what I gave for my home. Your country said you would be with us. You know, will you be with us? I think this type of undeniability that you see with your own eyes, you hear it with your own ears, it's right with you in person. It isn't something that you see on a blurry screen from half a world away. This type of undeniability is very useful. It's more difficult because it requires a lot more activism. It requires busting people across the Atlantic. It requires constant work and unending work by Ukrainian volunteers. There's not going to be a point where it's like the West has been satisfied. They have found out that the Russians are kind of mean, and so we should, the Russians have engaged in imperialism. There's not going to be a day where they like, whoa, the Russians. It's going to be an unending struggle to keep it in public consciousness, because we could see as other wars start, public attention, the attention economy shifts elsewhere. We saw it happen in Palestine, and it's not just, it couldn't just happen with Palestine. It could happen with other wars down the line too. So it's going to take a lot of foundations, a lot of groups working overtime during this war and after the war to continue to educate people about it. I mean, we're talking about undoing hundreds of years of Russian colonial legacy building and public consensus that they've pushed across the Atlantic that goes back to the Civil War, that goes back to, I mean, the reason that Putin wanted that Alaska meeting was so he could try to pull upon that legacy. That people, when people think Russia, they just think of this unending war tidal wave from World War II because they've seen all those movies and they've seen all those films. And in their mind, Soviet Union means Russia. They don't even calculate all those other things. So I think that while the algorithm is built against us, that undeniability, trying to get information to people that is undeniable, that they can have no confusion about, that nobody can come afterwards and say, oh, that wasn't true. That is probably one of our greatest strengths, but it also takes the largest amount of work. As for people not caring, there are some people psychologically that will never care. And this has been a problem in American commentary, but also any world's commentary when talking about foreign affairs, where some people believe it's not my business, not my problem. Now, you can try to explain to them it's their business, but these people are typically, and this is maybe degrading towards them, but I think short-sighted. And they don't see the interchangeability, global economics, or the commitments their nations made, or what the atomic age truly means. A lot of these people are born past the Cold War, and they don't truly have an idea of what that type of global threat really means. It's going to be difficult to convince those people. And so I think we should focus on the people who we can convince. And that doesn't mean that you're going to convince every single person, but a lot of people will hear about the human safari. I've never met an American who knows what it is, which is kind of scary to think about. But anytime I tell somebody about it, they're horrified. It scares them because they can imagine themselves in those shoes of the worst horrors of 21st century warfare, being hunted by drones to be used as training cannon fodder. That is horrific enough that it grabs people's attention. And the fact that the Russians are giving us an unending stream of videos showing these crimes makes it undeniable, which makes it powerful.
Well said, Dylan. And yeah, actually putting the people in the shoes will all kind of imagine them, right? Make them imagine being in the shoes of some of Ukrainians.
Absolutely. Can I say,
It really is a tactic.
I've been coming down with a cold a bit, and I got a bad cough, and so I was wondering if it would be possible for me to jump out so I could get some throat lozenges and have some tea, or is that not allowed? Am I the Tetseka's coming for me as I speak?
You see,
My
Roman
goodness.
is giving you a straight answer there.
Negative.
You're not allowed to go. You must stay.
Dylan, it was awesome to have you with us, but let me see. There were probably a couple of questions. Let's maybe.
If there's any questions, I can answer any questions before I go. It's not like a super rush. It's just, it's pretty bad, actually.
What project Dylan has coming up? Good question from Carlito. Thank you, Carlito.
I got 2 projects coming up. I have one I'm going to release with Offbeat Research, which is an interview with a officer with the 100th who leads infantry into battle, and he's going to talk about the experience of an infantryman. And I've got another short film that's going to show the perspective of a commander who leads former convicts who have signed up for military service in assaults. So through the perspective of that commander, of what it's like to radio in coordinates, to try to get information back, as well as everything that supports that operations, night bomber operations, conversations with priests before battle as people try to find some amount of spiritual fulfillment. So we try to show the perspective from the commander's point of view, because we usually talk to the infantry, but it's very different in the commander's perspective. The amount of having to work with the information you're given, with the amount of like radio interception and like you get bad feedback. A lot of that's not shown, so I wanted to show it with that movie. That's going to be released on Dylan Burns TV.
Dylan, before I ask the next question, I see there, I have the challenge for rollers. We only have to raise the remaining $219.29. We're almost done, guys. Please do it before Dylan leaves. It will be a present for him, definitely, and for us, of course, since we're usually suffering here until 5 or 6 a.m. So please do it on... Yeah. Oh, and we just got $50. Amazing. So only, let me tell you, only $169.
169?
Yeah, and 29 cents left to raise. Great job, guys. So do it, and let's let Dylan go to sleep. Dylan, a question from me, a quick one. Of course, you're a journalist, right? And you probably don't want to choose any favorites, but what is the favorite unit that you ever worked with or interviewed? I don't know.
I'll give a few answers because I can't. It's been 4 years, and so I have to shout out a few people. I could always rely on the 59th. I could always rely on the 59th. They gave me the least trouble. They're always the most supportive. They bring me, I mean, ever since 2022, I've been working with the 59th. I've never had problems. They've never, tried to like trench lawyer me and say like, oh, you can't show that mine because that mine is technically a war crime. I've had some weird interactions with press officers who don't even seem to understand sometimes their own regulations. It seems like people just getting shifted around sometimes. But the 59th have always delivered. I also need to give a shout out to the press officer of the 42nd who very easy to work with, went out of his way. Like it was literally at one point, he was like, so what do you want to see now? And I've never had a press officer say that to me. And having one say that to me was very supportive in getting everything I needed on the Lipsy front. So the 42nd, the 59th, and I have to give a shout out to Lut because Lut took me to some places in Konstantinivka that other groups would not have taken me to.
Lut. That's cool. Wow. Dylan, it just happened. Dark Oblation donated $169. And he said, Dylan rocks. Tickets for silver. Dylan, you rock. I totally agree with this.
Wow. I rocked exactly $169 worth, which is just what we needed.
Yeah. Rollers, but you can keep donating, you know, because what? Wait, I can hear myself. Roman. Okay, I shut up. No, I can. Whatever. So, guys, first of all, 29 cents left, right? That it was 169.29. No. Wait.
Just be cool.
Wait, Roman. Wait. I wanted to say to rollers that they need to stop donating on PayPal and donate whatever anyone wanted to donate to our campaign with Car for Ukraine, right? Is it a good way to do it? Yeah, so guys, stop donating on PayPal and donate to the Car for Ukraine fundraiser. I'm going to go and add the link to the chat once again and pin it there. Now, we, by the way, are now on 8,227 euros, guys. And to get the first truck already delivered, or at least prepared to be delivered to the first unit, we need to raise the additional 3,773. So just a bit less than 4,000 euros. So if we can boost it at least by, I don't know, a few hundred today too, will be amazing. So please go and donate there. And I need to tell you, Dylan, what campaign we started with Roman. So this is a campaign for 5 trucks. We are raising 60,000 euros. Also, there are going to be tires provided for each truck. And that means with every 12,000, we're getting to the next truck delivered or being prepared to deliver it, as I already said. Anyway, we have 2 patches there.
And how far are you till your next truck?
Still almost 4,000 euros until the first truck. The first truck is something that we ideally should provide in a week because this fundraiser started a bit over the week ago. The patches we have that people can get with 100 euro donation is, the first one is Be in the Army or For the Army. I will actually send you the link now so you could see those. Just give me a second. Here it is. So, Be in the Army or For the Army is a slogan that many people in Ukraine use. Sternenko is one of them. And we decided to go with this one with Roman. We were sitting and brainstorming. And that idea appeared and I said, damn, it's fucking perfect. We definitely need to use this one. So we are centering this campaign around people's ability to, if not be in the Ukrainian army, be for the army. It's a call to action. And actually, to be honest, there are a lot of foreigners who I know who joined the army too, not just being for the army. So thank you guys for that. Thank you for being for the army. The second patch we have there, Dylan, is, do you already observe the page? Do you see the dollar patch, $1 million patch? Do you see it?
Oh no, let me go observe the page.
Yeah, let's go and observe it. And while you're doing that, just tell me when you scroll down to $1 million patch. I see he's on the page now. He sees Be in the Army or For the Army, definitely. And then he scrolls down to $1 million patch. Does he? It's a mystery.
$1 million patch. There's a $1 million patch. Oh my goodness. The special patch commemorates the historic achievement of the Rick Rollers community, raising over $1 million for the Ukrainian Defense Force. It also features Ukrainian leader Stefan Bandera, making it a powerful and meaningful exclusive addition to your patch collection.
Yep. So
to be clear, somebody has to donate $1 million to get that, right?
no. Just that's a good idea. No, just 100 euros, and everyone who donates 100 euros and requests this patch will get it. So it's just as you read it, it's to commemorate the achievement we had. We crossed $1 million with rollers in funds raised for Ukrainian army, and we had this funny idea to make this $1 million patch, and it is gold precisely to troll Trump, Dylan. Trump loves everything gold, and I decided that this patch should be golden. And when people were suggesting who to put there, one of the worst ideas was to put me on that dollar bill. The better idea was to put Rick Ashley there, and I said, wait. It is not going to be connected to Ukraine somehow. It should be some Ukrainian leader, historical leader, a dead president, right? We don't have any president alive. Of course, Trump is going to make a $200 bill pretty soon with his face on it. You guys won't have to escape it, won't have the chance to escape it, I'm sure. But, Dylan, we have a tradition to put dead presidents there, right? So I thought, who is an absolute Ukrainian legend that we should put there? And it was Stepan Bandera.
Decided to go full throttle. You said go big or go home, swing for the fences or don't.
Yes, something like this. So yeah, tell me, do you have fun when you looking at it?
Do I have fun? I've seen Bandera's face enough. I've got it like burnt into my eye socket, because every time I go towards Konstantinivka, I see the same banner that's always been hanging there. And then there's Bandera Burger. There's Bandera. This is Bandera. He's quite popular. He seems to be quite popular until he isn't. But other times he is.
Yeah, and he
Bandera Burger.
Bandera Burger. That's funny. But not only Bandera, the whole $1 million patch. What do you think about it?
I think it's cool. I mean, it's incredible. $1 million raised for the Ukrainian Armed Forces. I mean, I didn't realize you had hit that milestone. It's actually quite incredible, man.
Yeah, we did that in August, so I guess we're right now on somewhat around 1,200,000, something like this. I need to sit down and calculate once again all of that. So, rollers, you're fucking awesome.
Right now?
No,
Right now or what?
No. Not right now. Sometimes next year, Roman. Sometimes next year.
See, I couldn't do this. I've been told, Dylan, you should get patches, you should hand patches when you're filming and stuff. But I would maybe make one serious patch, and then I couldn't make anything serious besides that. I'd make like one of my patches would be like Gonzalo Lira, right? I would just do everything I can possibly to anger
Dylan,
people and poke people's buttons, so I shouldn't do it.
That's totally fine. If you want to jump into some of the campaigns like this one, where people get patches with donations, you can make yourself patches like this. So if you want to collaborate and not just make patches, but make them with donations, this is an offer here that I put on the table. If someday you want to.
What about? I should be saying this. What about an exploded car? We can call it a Daria taxi.
Dario taxi. What does Dario mean?
Daria Dugina.
Ah, Daria Dugina. Okay. Daria taxi.
You know the last thing that went through her mind before she died?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Her steering wheel.
Yeah. Why not? Damn it, man. All the ideas that you have in your mind, we can easily put it on the patch, not on the paper in this case.
Yeah, but if I do it officially, then I'll actually get shit on for it. So maybe I should just say it and then forget about it. But I think I should do some patches. I should do 1 or 2 patches.
But would you like to do it through campaign someday?
Sure. I would want it to be for humanitarian initiative. If we could do something like the thing for the children or something like that. I just have to, as a journalist, I have to wear the neutral colors.
But wait. Trucks is a humanitarian initiative. You're not buying any weapons, man.
What was that?
Transport, cars, trucks.
If it's trucks for the Ukrainian armed forces, it'll be considered a military contribution. I mean, it's essential for the logistics of the Ukrainian armed forces. You lose like 500, 600 trucks, like just from what's it called, Rubicon alone in some months. I mean, the need for trucks on the front line is immense, but it's also a direct military contribution.
And why does it stop you, I wonder?
Because if I want to be a journalist and I want to be considered a neutral party, definitely making a public show of directly financially contributing to the Ukrainian armed forces, it affects your locations of employment. And I do agree principally that a journalist should try their best to be neutral. It's impossible, but they should do their best to be neutral when it comes to conflict reporting. So that's why I focus on CESU. That's why I focus on demining equipment. That's why I focus on other stuff when I do public fundraisers.
Okay, got it.
Is there a lot of Western supporters who think in the same way, Dylan?
What do you mean? In the same way that they'll support humanitarian but not military?
Even though trucks for
So for me,
evacuation
it's
or for
not like I'm
logistic-
principally against supporting truck fundraisers. As a journalist, it's not my role to use my job to promote one side or another side in any war, despite the fact that I want Ukraine to win, right? Because if I do that, then my neutrality as a reporter gets taken into doubt. And then anything I ever filmed, people could throw the asterisks. But that was that dude who gave weapons to that side. Of course, he said that they didn't do any war crimes. Or of course, he said that they did do X, Y, and Z. So I need to understand my role is capturing something, a picture that will last hopefully much past my lifetime and give people an understanding of what happened here 100, 200 years down the future, as well as my own personal humanitarian endeavors, which I do off camera.
Okay.
But
So
for the
it's
most
tricky
Americans, I think
issues.
it's easier to get behind funding toys for children than it is a bomb, even if most people agree that more weapons should be sent to Ukraine. People, despite knowing what has to be done, people like to separate themselves from what has to be done. And I mean, that's not only true in the United States.
So, Roman, what did you say there?
Well. Finally, we discover what's going on there for real in the United States. Yeah, sounds not so fortunate because maybe the point is we civilized people create so many so-called wars, so-called walls and boundaries, which is also як сказати, заважає. Це заважає нам.
Stands in a way.
Yeah, which stands in a way to fight against those who fight without any rules. And our, how can I say it, Western words? Our civilized way of thinking from one side help us not to be such creature as our enemies, but from the another side, I would be direct, it cost us lives. It's not personal to Dylan, but you help me understand more the way of people from countries which never seen the war, or at least during their life, thinking. So it was so mind-blowing information from you, because despite all your desire to support Ukraine, despite everything you want to help and you want to help Ukraine win, you still have, your hands are tied, right? In bad way, not in good way. And fuck. This is fucked up, because you see, we fight against Russia, which has no rules at all. They can do anything, whatever they like whatever, literally whatever they like anything. They can do anything with prisoners, with civilians, with money, with the chemical weapons, with anything except of nuke for now.
and we try to overcome such aggressor in polite way. I know I a bit just overreacted probably, but it was just a real example which I didn't hear for a long time, and thank you very much for helping me to more understand why everything's so slow, why everything's so polite in the West, and why we still did not get enough support, because all the Western people on their level of responsibility probably, it's my just suggestion, think in the same way. Fuck.
A lot of people are of the opinion like, well, yeah, I want Ukraine to get help, but that's the government's job. So I'll let the government deal with that. The government said they were going to deal with it anyway. They said they were going to negotiate in 24 hours. They said this, they said that. And so a lot of people do either individual buck passing by saying, well, it ends up being the government's job, or they'll find some moral objection. For example, I remember when the governor of Pennsylvania went out with Zelensky to an ammunition factory in Scranton, which actually happens to be where Biden's actually from, that area. And while visiting the factory, the governor signs one of the shells as if to be like, I'm showing solidarity with the Ukrainians. And people reacted. Most people didn't react crazily, but there were some people saying, oh my God, that's terrible. I can't believe he would sign that shell. This is war. This is serious. You wouldn't XYZ. I don't see these people showing the same reaction to the human safari. I don't see these people. I mean, they're reacting this way to somebody signing a shell because they almost saw it as undignified. It's almost like they're gazing upon a World War, like a Civil War era battlefield where you have like General Lee and Grant, and they're saying we're fighting war with dignity and grace, and they just have no conception of what's happening across the Atlantic. War is something Americans do to other people. It is not something done upon them. So it's very difficult for them to understand exactly what the Ukrainians are under, because the last Americans who have been under something like that died in 1950.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it will change when Russian partners will attack United States or another our partners, and it's very sad if people will understand only when they will see it with own face, with own eyes. This because it is very hard to explain people why it's not about escalation, why it's about real defending from this evil, absolutely evil that we have now in this time.
The only proper way, actually, to explain something to them is to make people come here. But you won't make everyone who doesn't care come here. Even a few people is going to be a challenge to make them come here. Look at D. Vance. Look at who else is there? Witkov never visited Ukraine. And never planned.
He saw the story and watched the picture. So
oh yeah. watch the stories.
He see the video from war. So
yeah, that's enough. And Trump, and of course Trump. Why should I go there? Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Dark Ablation said it's some conflict conversation or something. Conviction. Roman and Dylan's. It's more than a discussion, and I like to be straight when I'm thinking about something. It's better to say and to hear in this example Dylan's opinions back, and at least right now I'll have some I'll be sincere with myself and with Dylan at this point, and I believe this is the faster way to find some understanding and the point of misunderstanding at the same time, and we will know as fast as possible at which point we have the same opinion, where we have disagree, and either we can working out with our disagreement or we can't. So it saves both our times. That's why it's better to maybe be so direct and straight. But I believe Dylan, who also wanna leave us half an hour ago, he will appreciate that we save a lot of times, and we avoiding, this polite bullshit when we say,
Beating around the
yeah,
bush, I think is what they call it.
yes,
Yes.
yes. I hate that. It's like guys who try to say girls, like he like her and he wanna invite her in his place or stuff like that, and he's like dancing around without saying direct what he really wanted, and this is stupidity because girls suffer because she understand everything, but he never act, and he suffer because he has not enough courage to say what he wants. So uh, it's bad situation, but politicians do such bullshit every single day. We're not politicians, that's why we still united together and resist against Russian invasion.
Yeah.
Of
Well,
course, I would want you to be direct with me, and I think that we need to understand this to know where like our different peoples are like coming from, where Americans are coming from, where they are, because you don't know where they are, and then it's hard to reach them. And that's the whole reason I'm over in the United States right now is because I want them to understand where Ukrainians are, right? Is because
Yeah.
you need to have that transatlantic understanding for us to make any progress.
Yeah, for sure.
thanks, Dylan. And last question that was from Nikki or Ukraine Forever. I don't know who of them. What are each of the guests' plans for Christmas? So for now, it's your plans for Christmas.
Huh.
Your Dylan.
Oh, mine! I thought no, you're starting with me.
Yeah, since
Okay.
you want to go first, you gotta
I'm
share.
gonna close
first.
that Dubai and Qatar business deal, and after that, I'm gonna spend a quiet Christmas with my family. I had an early Christmas yesterday with my grandmother and a lot of cousins, and it was really nice. And so I think Christmas Day, I'm just gonna stay inside. I'm gonna read a book. I'm gonna drink some hot chocolate. I'm gonna watch a Charlie Brown Christmas special, and that will be my Christmas Day. I think that will be my Christmas Day.
Cool. I'm happy for that. Dylan, do you have time to listen to our plans, or you should go probably already right now?
I can listen to the plans. I can listen to the plans quickly.
Okay, Roman.
Quickly.
Any
Well, I
quick?
don't know if you guys are like, well, I'm gonna start with a ski trip, and then after the ski trip, I'm gonna go to the Bahama. I don't know. You all could be busy people.
Do you have any plans, Roman?
No.
No plans, you see.
See, he
Aziz-
understood
Aziza?
quickly. He got it.
He got it.
He understood it.
Aziza, did you get it?
I have also no plans, no special plans.
Okay.
Rick?
My plan is on 24th to just spend Christmas with my wife and two of my friends at home. Then on 25th, I'm gonna do the Christmas walk, so-called Різдвяна хода, in the center of Kyiv.
Oh, we have also this in Odessa.
Amazing. Go for it, Aziz, and film. Make some photos.
Okay,
It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna. I also ask. Ask. Oh my God. I'm gonna be short, Dylan. Just a bit. One more minute left.
Dude, you can look. Just give me half of your Christmas list.
That's
Okay?
it.
Did you want a
That's
red
actually-
bicycle or a blue
That's
bicycle?
it. It was only 2 activities. So the second one was this choda. I will finish later. Thank you, Dylan, for joining us today. And please stay healthy,
Yep.
lucky, and you're fucking awesome, as someone in the chat earlier said. So thank you for joining, man. There are so many questions still that I want to ask you, but see, you will have to come here again in a month or something, right? Not in half
Of course,
a year.
if you've got another fundraiser next month, re-invite me. If there's any way for me to help by just bringing eyes to it, I want to do that as much as I can.
Then I will ask you to repost our Car for Ukraine current fundraiser, because to be honest, it's going
Sure.
slow.
DM it to
slowly.
me, and I'll quote tweet it, or I'll retweet it, or I'll boost it wherever I can.
Yeah, if you, okay, yeah, we'll discuss it later. So, Aziza, Roman, any words to Dylan before he leaves?
Thank you so much for your time. I was happy to meet you, to know you. Thank you for your work. It was really great experience to know your thoughts for me. Oh, thank you so much for supporting us this night.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was cool to see Dylan and talk more properly this time. And I wish your nation and your country play more dirty against evil. They fucking deserve it. And and thank you for what you're doing for Ukrainian army and for Ukraine in general. It means a lot for us as always.
Yep.
I agree that our country needs a leader who would look like he simultaneously always wants to smash his head through a wall. We need somebody who's going to be a little bullheaded when dealing with our opponents, especially on issues where we've made our commitments known in the past. And thank you very much for the kind words. And good luck with your fundraiser for the kids for Christmas. I really hope it goes well, Rick.
Yep. It went well already. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Rollers, readjusted everything. I mean, I need to readjust everything again. Okay, Rollers, we reached the goal. It's only
How rude.
1:35. What was rude?
No, I just asked Calvin Archer. He said, "How rude," and a lot of angry smiles. About what? Calvin Archer, everything okay? Come on. Share, safe space. Be direct, please.
Martin UK.
Be direct as Ukrainians.
Wow, look, guys, Martin UK just gifted 99.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Martin. I appreciate it a lot. I was missing.
Pounds.
Yeah, I was missing 59 memberships. You compensated the whole 100. Thank you so much. So reach the goal in that. I don't even have to ask. Yeah, that's a super chat. So that's a contribution to my salary. Thank you for that.
Oh, thanks a lot. Rick, Alvin Archer said they had a troll in chat. That's why
Okay.
we read this message.
I saw a guy blocked there. So, yeah, a troll was blocked. And what else?
So we reached the goal, right, Rick?
We
So
reached the
goodbye or
goal.
what?
Of course. I just wanted to maybe see a couple more donations.
Share your plans or what? No, please don't do it.
Yeah, for Різдвяна хода, I just want to say that it's going to be a
No,
separate video.
no.
Just all that I finished, Roman. Come on.
Moderator, help us.
Calm down. You got overexcited.
Me?
Yeah.
Only now?
Only now.
Always, bro. Always.
Always overexcited. Okay. Thank you, Miriam, for 20 gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. So that's already 61 over. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. Had some back pay. Thought I would use it to help Rick. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. No, Rollers, I feel like I'm missing something. I actually finished the spreadsheet already. I'm missing actually naming all the donations that we got in the last 1.5 hours, because I was saying, yes, remember, last time I mentioned it was 700, and then there were donations coming, and I just did not mention any of them. So let me do that real quick. Let's begin after Sharon's 200, right? It was a long time ago. Oh my God. It was, let me tell you, actually, it was 1 hour and 40 minutes ago that I mentioned the donation last time. It's crazy. But we reached the goal even without any mentions. It was a fantastic stream. People have this Christmas cheer right now, definitely want to share. Thank you for that, guys. It is the best thing, in my opinion, that we can do these days is to support our defenders. Give them a Christmas gift. It's, yeah. It is a huge plus to your karmas, believe me, if you believe in karma. So, that donation, the first one to mention, was from Julia Fira, 40 Canadian dollars. She said, "Happy holidays." Thank you, Julia. Then Terence Salva donated $41 and said, "From Dylan's crew, no longer can say how we are really called for a free Karim. Slava Ukraini." Героям слава. Thank you,
Героям
Terence.
слава.
Then, Silver Earth donated $200 for your excellent work. Thank you. Slava Ukraini, Героям слава, Merry Christmas. Silver Earth, the beginning of the message sounds like you sent the money to me. And you know, on PayPal, the rule is that I am donating this money. So I counted it into the goal, okay? And you know, the way to support me is the base or Donatello or whatever. But I know that you know that rule, so I understand you're just thanking me with a donation for Ukrainian army for my excellent work. Thank you. It is, you know, the best recognition if you make some big donations. Thank you. Average Ogre, $90 donation. Average Ogre wants to hug this whole panel of guests. Blessed solstice to you, lovely people. Lots of love to all the rollers. Tickets, please. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Thank you, my friend. Next donation is from Wizard of Ooze. This quote did not fit, so I'll get back to it in a bit. Then Paul Deberitz donated $10. Thank you, Paul. We need more pro-Ukrainian trolls on the internet. It was when Aziza was sharing that she was a pro-Ukrainian troll. It's cool. Then Michael N donated $10.43, saying hoping for peace in the new year. Thank you very much, Michael, for that donation. Then Numpty Bumpty, Mark S, donated 20 pounds and said, guys, last weekend of Christmas, work will be back in New Year, watching Rick on Sunday night. Merry Christmas and better New Year for Ukraine. Thank you. Better New Year is a great wish. You know, it's like not happy, but a better one. Give me a second. I have an urgent message. If we can give the tickets for Dylan, many thanks. Terence, your tickets? Yes, we can give it to Dylan. But I didn't tell the story of this patch to Dylan. I didn't have the time. Anyway, I will we'll give them the tickets. Then tell the story if needed. So, Wizard of Ooze, now I can read your message there. Your $10 donation. So his quote this time says this. Voltaire preached, if this life is a desert, it is our duty to make an oasis in it. If this life is a shipwreck, we must rescue as many as we can, and not forget to sing in the lifeboats. Professor Peter Gay, Voltaire's Candide, a bilingual edition, 1963. Thank you, Wizard of Ooze. Great quote. I really enjoyed it. Okay, next donation was from Keith and Melissa Kane. Thank you for this great stream and valuable conversations. Oh, I agree. This stream was one of the kind. It feels like, you know, one of the best streams recently. Thank you guys for being a part of it. It means a lot. Roman, Aziza, thank you.
Thanks.
And Dylan and Maksym, thank you guys. Even though you don't hear us anymore, you probably feel my gratitude. $30 donation from Keith and Melissa Kane. Thank you for this great stream and valuable conversations. Always love hearing our friends' thoughts and opinions. Thank you for joining us today, Aziza, Roman, and Dylan. Much love and respect. Tickets for rollers for that legendary patch. Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. Thank you, Keith and Melissa. And then Keith right away sent $10 and said, extra for Hostomel this week, please. Thank you. Ticket for roller. Thank you, Keith. Kathy S. donated $20. Keeping things rolling. Tickets again, please. Thank you. $50 donation from Otto. A bit from my pre-pension fund, as I think this patch needs to stay at Ukrainian ground. So if Otto wins it, he probably gives it to me. Well, we'll see. $169 that I mentioned that got us to the goal by Dark Oblation, mentioning it once again, that says Dylan Rocks, tickets for silver. Dan, Wizard of Ooze, sent 29 missing cents. Remember, guys, I was anal there and I said that, but we're missing 29 cents technically for the goal. And right away, Wizard of Ooze sent 29 cents and said, I hate leaving a job undone. Said me never. That's funny. And 1029 donation from Levy over the goal. He says Christmas gifts for the kiddos. Thank you, Levy, for that donation, that extra donation. I see some new people are just joining the chat. Welcome. Hi to you, Future Dent. We're about to finish in just like 5 to 10 minutes. And I just wanted to once again check our campaign quickly. Our Car for Ukraine campaign, 99 donations, guys. Good result, actually. Roman, it's good job by you and me. Having 99 donations in just a bit over a week. Wait, not even over a week. It's
Less.
exactly a week. We launched this campaign on Sunday, remember? Last Sunday. So it's been a week. And
Okay.
oh no, wait. Was it Sunday 2 weeks? Wait, first we launched the campaign and then we filmed the video. Remember? We filmed the video
Yeah.
a bit later. Yeah, so it's a bit over a week that campaign is on, and it was announced only on Tuesday. So 5 days ago it was announced. We got
Yeah, 5 days officially.
5 days, yeah. So we got to 8,237, but guys, we need to hurry up to get to 12, then to 24. It's urgent. So we expect for a bit more Christmas gifts for our soldiers. This campaign is very important to us. Let's help. By the way, Roman, very important information. We got to know today during the stream, Ivan added 2 units. Now we know who we also going to be helping. So it's already on the page, guys. Go and watch the videos after the stream. We're going to be helping the SSO, Special Operation Forces, 8th Regiment. This is the Unmanned Ground Vehicles Company of the 8th Regiment. So we're going to be helping the guys who are operating NRK, the unmanned ground vehicles. And the 5th unit we're helping is 156 Brigade, who operate in Donetsk Oblast. 156 бригада. Чув про таку? Did you hear
Copy that.
Did you hear about 156 before, Roman?
Never.
Yeah, they are one of the newly formed, just like, I don't know, like a year ago, maybe less. But yeah, these are the guys we're going to be
But
helping.
SSO, they are cool. I know them a
Yeah,
lot.
Special Operation Forces are pretty badass. So guys, we have
Yes.
five fantastic units to help. Let's do it. And please keep being amazing. Hey, and we just got $100 on PayPal from RP Marcin. Happy holidays, everybody. Tickets to Rollers. You jumped into the last train, my friend, because we were about to raffle the patch. And now Rollers have 10 additional free tickets from RP Marcin. Don't worry, Roman. Nikki will deal with it in just like 2 minutes, maybe even faster. I see that you already want to go rest, and I don't want to drag it even longer, but I promise
Yes, you are.
I promise you at 2 a.m. we're going to be finishing.
You have this plot with who it was, just Nila, I believe, who complained that we're gonna end this stream so fast, and she doesn't know what to do with all night long without streaming. So you had a plot with her, so you don't want her to leave us go. Tell me the truth.
Yes, you got me. You got me. Tuna Watterson donated $20 and said this. My quote, "You must not bear so heartily well, the justice not affecting yourself. You must not bear so wholeheartedly well, the justice not affecting yourself. It is from Arnulf Overland, a Norwegian poet. Quote from his poem written in 1938. Donation for Hostomel. Okay, Hostomel Shelter is getting $200 today. Additional tuna is 20 and canes 10. That makes it 200. Roman, indeed he does, Dana Kyiv says. You see, Dana is also still here, not sleeping. She is supporting you, Roman, I bet. I bet it's you who she stays to tease, you know?
Guys, you see what he's doing? He just moved my aggression to another alliance and he tried to distract me. This is amazing trick. It almost happened. But
Amazing.
we rollers together with you, we recognize it. And as you remember, first step is recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah. So, RP Marcin, Tune. Awesome, guys. And by the way, Dana said that her phone will die 2 hours ago. Remember?
She said that she has lights. If you read the chat,
no.
Yeah.
Me read the chat. Roman, come on. It's like you know me the first day. I'm not reading the chat ever.
Guys, he even typing in the chat, please donate. We only left $270 while we're talking with Aziza and Dylan. So he think nobody noticed that.
I was
watching
you.
Just
writing.
You could be on.
Roman, I was
You
not
could
reading
be. You could
the
be on
chat.
my list, Rick. I'm not kidding. With all this gang,
Yeah.
from your rollers.
Thank you, S. Davison, for becoming a stinger on YouTube. Thank you. By the way, guys, I also lost another subscriber on the base. So in the last months, I got 0 subscribers on the base, new subscribers, and I got -4. So I will advertise it for once in the last month. Okay, subscribe to my base if you want to support my work from $3 dollars. It looks like this. Give me a second. Rig the Ukrainian. We have awesome patches that I'm gonna give you for subscription. If you subscribe as a stinger, you see it's $3 tier. The prices there are in hryvnias, Ukrainian currency. You will get this patch, a stinger, for the $3 subscription. For $10, you will get the Javelin patch. I will send it to you with some cool additions. So you see, I'm investing into my investors. Then, if you subscribe for $25, you will get the awesome Bradley patch. For $50, an Abrams patch. $100, a Heimers patch. Yeah, I have a few subscribers who subscribed for $100. They believe in me. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Each tier matters. $3 too. I appreciate it a lot. And Patriot for $200. There's also the biggest tier, which is $300, F16. But you cannot really subscribe to it, right? So I don't have a patch for it.
So it's gonna be present for those who subscribe for $300 per month.
Yeah.
No patch.
No patch.
Because everyone else need to get their patch. It's obligatory.
Yeah.
Like обовязково, right?
Yeah. It's obligatory.
But for those who subscribe just for $300 per month, guys, there will be no patch at all. Can you imagine such lucky?
Ooh.
It's amazing. It's like Rockstar. I wish I could get nothing for that. Like no patch, nothing. But just the greatest support. So think about it. Big support, no present. Perfect deal.
You know, it's
The art
because
of
you
making
do
deal.
it. It's because you do it, not for the patch. just because you're very generous and you believe in
But
me
for
so
nothing.
much. But for nothing.
But just for now.
It's
But
good.
but let's be serious, guys. Support Rick's job, because this is so hard what he's doing. I don't know. I do it sometimes one time per week, but what he's doing, it's just mind blowing. How we're talking today about social media. How hard is it to maintain all this post talking, conversation, all this energy which you literally give to your viewers? It's incredibly hard job, and very important for now. So please keep on doing, and for that, especially for those who will get nothing, I will give some present,
Come on, it's only 300.
but
Ooh,
secret present. I will tell you later, Rick. If somebody subscribe on your base, right,
for
for 300,
Wow, man, that's generous. Thank you. They
I
will.
have some. I have something amazing,
That's really cool.
some present.
We'll see. We'll see if you will have to give it to someone. Actually, I had one time. I had F16 subscribers. Wait, two. Yeah, two times. First, it was Fred Thornbury. He left us completely. Yeah, at some point. Then Dark Oblation and Silver Earth were subscribed. And I'm really grateful for that, guys. Both to Fred and for Silver Earth and Dark Oblation. Right now, I don't have a subscriber of F16 because it's not that easy to maintain that one, especially if you're not getting anything for it, you know. Well, okay, guys, let's be honest. You're getting the great content, right?
100%.
Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, but now you have the motivation to get something because Roman already promised you a secret gift. I wonder if he will
Yeah.
if he will gift you also nothing.
No, it was, dude. I can't fully people. No. Unfortunately, Aziza picked maybe the wrong stream for painting, because probably you thought we will stay here for all night long and you will finish your
Yeah.
painting. I could see that you have a lot of work to do there, and
Yeah.
not a lot, but still for few hours, right?
Yeah,
Talking and painting.
Yeah.
And now we could see that you just rollers. How dare you to donate a lot tonight so fast?
Yeah.
What about your consciousness? What about your feeling of dignity? How dare you? No, I mean it. First, you don't want to get nothing from Rick. Second, you donate a lot for stream, so Aziza couldn't finish her painting. Guys, you always gonna be in my list. I bet. I have no other choice. My hands are tied. Yeah, just no other choice.
Love that painting. Andreas says, yeah, awesome painting is forming there, Aziza. By the way, guys, we talked to Aziza and she's gonna provide us some new paintings for the auction. Of course, those are gonna be expensive. You see, I'm actually trying to raise the price of them bit by bit, because I see that people are ready to pay the money for it. And, since it's a donation, why not raise it? Because even if you guys can't afford it, I don't think you're going to be mad at people who can afford it, because you understand it's a donation. 100% of the money go to our army. So, yeah, why not? Why not be tolerant to the high price? Should we donate to keep the stream going? How much? Ever Joker asks. Well, Ever Joker, you can ask Roman. Roman, how much should they donate?
How much is the fish, or what?
How
What?
much is the fish? Aziza, do you like Scooter?
It's perfect. It's so energetic. I even listening for this song sometimes even right now.
Yeah, why
You
not?
know, for raising mood and for some nostalgic feelings as well.
Fire! Dana Kyiv is saying. But she says, it is fire. No, no, no. Now, not how much is the fish. Yeah. That's a $500 painting for sure. Someone as talented as Aziza in my mind. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I'm setting the minimum goal of $100 lately. Oh, sorry, $400. Yeah. Need to make 5 for those 1 meter on 1 meter paintings. Definitely, at least 500. Азіза, це також метр на метр картина?
Oh yes, this is it's like same paintings that were on the exhibition in Kiev. Do you remember? In in this tower,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Octo Tower.
Octa Tower.
Octo Tower. Yeah, so this one is gonna go for 500 minimum. Okay. What? Are you humbled or what? You know what, Average Ogre, please donate to our Car for Ukraine campaign if you can. We would really appreciate. Now, once we reach the goal for the PayPal, it would be amazing. Oh, I think we got something there. Give me a second. Yeah, oh my God. Someone donated $586 anonymously. Just a few minutes ago. Fuck, thank you so much.
Whoa.
Who was that?
Where was this anonymous when we spend all? But still, much appreciate. But sometimes it's so unparalleled. Sometimes it's so unsynchronized with our desire, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why it's amazing. Always unpredictable. Always.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, the anonymous donor. If you would like to disclose your personality there, please do. By the way, Kathy S. also donated $10, 10 euros, sorry. She said every bit of support helps. If you can't be in the army, support it by donating what you can. Thank you, Kathy, for this motivational message there. Damn it, guys. I feel very productive tonight. I feel that we reached, of course, also reaching 12,000 in this campaign would be the maximum productivity, and I would feel, oh shit, we did the best today. Or reaching 60,000 euros. This would blow my fucking mind, but not that really possible right now. I want too much, $50,000 donation from someone tonight. Nah, not happening, right? Roman?
Rick, just be cool. Everything is possible.
Yeah, be cool. I like how you did it. Just be cool, Rick. Come on, bit by bit, step by step. Everything's possible. 50,000 donation is possible too.
Yeah, because we need to think wider. For some people, $10 it's a lot. For some people, 50,000, 50 grand, just like whatever. So it depends. It could happen anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, and we right now are giving a call to all the big businessmen there, businesswomen, men, women, and oligarchs watching us right now. This is your chance to shine.
Or for example, if the Queen of Great Britain was still alive and she was on the stream, she could easily do this donation. And if we flirt with her, for example, it could be even up to handy, easy.
Handy.
Like what else? Yeah. So such scenario is possible. We must not limitate our fate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well said, Roman. Uh,
Oh, yes.
so, guys,
Yeah.
we need to raffle the patch and go to bed. You see?
Yeah, because it's even past 2
Us too,
a.m.
yeah. I lied to Roman as always. Don't forget to subscribe to my base. No one subscribed after our interesting offer. But yeah, not even $3 subscribers. So think about it next week, okay? And maybe somewhere during the next week you want to do that and support me, because I lost some subscribers but didn't gain any in the last month. So I really need to advertise that this is your way to support me, support my work, and give me the means not only for some basics but also to develop my project, to donate to Ukrainian army. That's, I think, the most important thing I do, and to support Aziza also. Remember, subscribe to her base. You can you can support her directly, or you can do it through me. If you support me enough, I will increase it.
Yeah,
I will
Rick,
increase
Rick
the so
support me every month with a high level.
yeah,
Uh,
it's
thank
5,000 hryvnias right now, and I will
you.
increase it to 10,000 someday if you keep subscribing to my base. Okay, guys. So another $5,000
So
dollar.
Rick support not only army and a lot of projects, but also my creation, my work. Thank you so much, Rick. You are just amazing, and thank you for um, believing in this way in the music. It's a lot.
And
And
art.
friends, all rollers. Thank you for supporting Rick.
Thank you, guys. Guys, also, since we're shouting out bases, we need to shout out Patreon of Roman. If you want to support Roman and the great job he's doing, he has a Patreon where he is sharing the unpublished chapters of his book and giving some tips also and sharing his experience. So he's all the time pretty humble to talk about his Patreon. So I'm doing it again, not against him, but instead of him, yeah, and against him, against his will, and against his will to do it, yeah. So yeah, guys, donating is important, but supporting Roman is also important. So please keep that in mind. You see how he right now, how much he works on fundraising with us. He definitely deserves some extra support, at least for this extra efforts that he is putting into bringing the equipment to our guys. So please consider subscribing to his Patreon. It's definitely going to be posted by one of the moderators in the chat in 3, 2. It's already posted. You see Roman's link tree, Keith Kane. Yeah, go follow and find it there. Thank you. Okay, let's do the raffle of the legendary patch.
Yeah, let's do the raffle. The most important part.
Yeah, of the hero of Ukraine.
Can I have a ticket? This is so cool patch. Can I have a ticket?
Yes, guys, buy some free tickets for Roman. Not free, buy tickets for Roman.
One ticket? Can I have one ticket for this patch?
You can. You can.
How?
You remember the
How can
story.
I have this ticket?
I told you that I will use. Oh wait, I think I used your 10 tickets. I didn't give it to Rollers. Let me see. Yeah, you have
Why?
10 tickets because I forgot.
You didn't?
You forgot.
How-
I forgot.
How can you? It's donation, pal. On the
Yeah.
PayPal.
No. I mean, I forgot to give it to Rollers, so it is given to you in the spreadsheet.
I need one. Another one. Give rollers. I just need one ticket for this amazing patch.
Let
Cool
me,
patch.
Roman, if I give all the rest of yours to Rollers, it's extra 10 minutes before we do the raffle. Do you want this? Oh, did I say 10? 1 minute. Extra 1 minute.
Okay, let's do this. Please do what I say at least once in your life.
Okay. Rollers, you have nine more free tickets from Roman, which I forgot to give to you, and he has one. So go
Yeah.
and give pluses,
I need one ticket.
and Nikki will give your tickets from 306 to 314, Nikki. That's where you should look, from 306. Thank you. So we have, I can actually prepare the raffle wheel for now or meanwhile. Yeah, here it is. So how many tickets did you buy this week, guys? A ton of them. A really great result in fundraising this week. Of course, kids motivated you a lot, and there were some extra donations. So 698 tickets this week. Fantastic. 698. That means that this week we raised almost 6,000 without $20, guys. Damn. Great result. Okay. So Nikki is already working on the sheet, I guess. Let me go check. Oh, I know what I can do meanwhile while Nikki's working on that. I can make those donations that I make to Halina and Hostomel Shelter. I'm gonna do it right now, real quick. So first is Anton Kristopin, Halina's husband, $500.
Need to win. Need to win this patch. Need to win. I have one ticket.
With love. Slava Ukraini. So guys, 500 to Anton Kristopin are being sent right now for IFACs. Remember those that save lives. Sometimes, of course, not every medkit is saving a life. Sometimes it is being burned. Sometimes it's being shelled and torn to pieces. Some is being left on the position when soldiers are leaving in a hurry. We should keep no illusions, living in reality. Anything can happen, but some of them really save lives. I bet that at least 10 to 20% of them save lives. So it's at least. Roman, by the way, by your experience, what is the percentage of medkits that are being used? Or is it too different? It can be too different.
Oh no, it's 2:12 a.m. Calculating percentages is something. No, Rick, I'm not you. I'm not working with spreadsheet. I'm just wondering how many tickets in general. Can you repeat?
698.
Uh-huh. Well, you can calculate my percentages, my
Your
of
chance?
winning.
It's like 1 to 700 to 690. Huh? You see how tricky I am? I just didn't give you a percentage. Instead, I said it's 1 to 698. I can give it now. Give
Not
me a
so
second.
bad. Not so bad, actually. Not
Really?
so bad.
And in
I like my chances.
percentage, it's gonna be. Uh,
Not bad.
it's almost 1 to 1,000. But yeah, it's.
Well played, Roman. Well played.
Well, you could have taken those 10 tickets, you know.
Hmm?
You could have taken
What?
10 tickets instead of one and get bigger
I need
chances.
one. I need one ticket, please, for Roman and 9 for rollers. Am I speak ununderstandable language or what?
Yeah, pretty understandable Ukrainish.
So please do it by order.
Uh-huh. Aye,
Thank
sir.
you.
Sir, yes, sir. Right? Something like this. You hate the army.
By order of the Peaky Blinders.
Ah, the order of the Peaky Blinders. Got it. Okay, rollers. I am sending the what? The screenshot to myself to show it to you real quick, and that's it. I made the donations. Now the raffle, and we go. See the screenshot of the donations. Now here it is. $200 to Hostel Shelter and $500 to Anton. 1 and 3 minutes ago, accordingly. Next is the raffle. Let's go, guys. We have everything we need. Nikki filled all the tickets. So, the patch, the legendary patch.
Patchik, it's not a patchik, it's patch.
Sorry, it was a brain
Z-patch.
fart. You know that my brain is farty. It does that sometimes. So don't please.
Elephant team.
Elephant team. So
Yeah, it's cool.
let's go and do this in 3, 2, 1. I'm not showing it on the screen properly. Give me a second.
Oh,
0.5 and 0. I'm spinning the wheel. And it is clicking in mad pace. Doing like... And now it's slowed down to 172. That's the winning number. Let's go see who is 172. 172 is a gifted ticket from Robert Janissar. It's Martin UK. You, Martin, are you still in the chat? I see you were in the chat a few minutes ago. Congratulations, Martin. It's your first patch, I guess. First
Martin, how you say it? Martin.
UK.
What's his name?
United
UK.
Kingdom.
To the list.
Let's see what he says in the chat. Some rollers are awesome gift for Martin UK. Yeah, by the way, guys, did you notice that memberships stuck again? Not all of them were given. We did this. We broke them today. 5 from Adam Rounds were not given to anyone. So thank you, Adam Rounds. But you're probably going to be refunded. If not, you can be sure that I'm going to receive it after the stream, somewhere in the middle of the streams. Martin UK says, worse staying up for. Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin, for participating. And thank you for your donations today, guys. Thank you for your amazing company. Roman, Aziza, Maksym, Dylan. Thank you. It was a great result. We're finishing at 10:17.
So we overcome or what? Or we overcome the goal?
Yeah, we overcome it by, let me tell you exactly how much. Minus 1029, minus 100, and minus 20. By $130.29. Pretty good result.
Yes.
Good job, guys. Thank you. And a pretty good result today on the NEFA truck. Oh, sorry, car-free crane campaign. And Cats just donated 15 euros to our car-free crane campaign, saying everything helps.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck Russia, fuck Putin. Thank you, Cats. Okay, guys, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your activity, for donations, for the gifted memberships, the super chats, for everything. Dear moderators, thank you for your tireless work. Thank you, Aziza and Roman, for being inspiring and great partners in crime of cut person the rollers, you know. But yeah, Rick, play the music again from the start on the way out. Okay, yeah, when guests disconnect, I'll just play the song for you guys and go brush my teeth. Okay. Good night, everyone. Good luck.
Nighty night.
Yeah, and the sun will rise over the free Donbass and Crimea.
Will be free.
Yep. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Героям слава. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
See you.
See you.
Ooh. Not ending the stream. Now I need to put the music. Look at my face. Rick has no eyes. Ooh. This will come to you in your dreams. That's creepy. Okay, let me just find that song again. Thank you, Rollers. Thank you for this overwhelming support. Just remember. Remember that I missed to give you the 80% of the news today. Yeah, at least I was communicating to the chat instead. Okay, I need to close this. This, yeah. I also need to do this before I set up the music for you guys. Or play the music. I need to do these few things. So the music that I began the stream with today is a Ukrainian Shedrik. Shedrik is the Carol of the Bells, original Ukrainian name. That you have the chance to listen to now. Once again, amazing version of it. Something different. It's history. Yes, Shedrik. Here it is. So, guys, I love you all. Live long, prosper, and donate. Slava Ukraini. Ukrainia said in English, with English accent. You seem more calmer this stream than you were today earlier. Free as off stream. Yeah, Ricardo. I was not triggered on this stream. And I was not anxious to. Thank you for being here, Ricardo. And thank you for actually listening and you know, asking questions and getting answers. I saw Rollers were recommending great sources of information to you, and thank you for staying and listening. It's important for me understanding that that people want to listen and they want to know all the truths, no matter how ugly it is, no matter how bad it is. Thank you. For me, it means a lot, really. Thank you, Rollers. You are fucking amazing. I love you. It was one of the best streams for a long time. So I'm happy today. I'm gonna go to sleep happy. Please enjoy the video and see you on Tuesday. Love you all. And Slava Ukraini. And Героям слава. Bye.
Кривавою ходою більшовики підходять до Києва. В спробі врятувати націю Симон Петлюра відправляє до Європи капелу із парадавньою українською шедрівкою, відродженою геніальним Миколою Леонтовичем. Український композитор почав працювати над шедевром у місті Покровськ 120 років тому. Окупована Україна, репресії, розстріляне відродження. Шедрик перший вирвався на волю і продовжив жити у всьому світі. Відтоді і до сьогодні.
Музиканти, може ти зіграєш хлопцям поки?
Та на чому тут зіграю? Хіба що на ваших нервах.
Ні, побережи наші нерви. Дивись, що в мене для тебе є.
І що це? Що? Справжня флейта? А де ви її намутили?
Ну, чого одразу на мотив? Це одна файна краля під час евакуації підігнала. Ось я про тебе і згадав. На, тримай, може буде з тебе толк. О, збираєш як справжню рушницю.
Так мистецтво це зброя.
О, я бачу, ти справжній маестро.
А ви що думали, я тільки про бойові вмію свистіти? На чому я закінчив?
Закругляємося, міняємо локацію. Пацани, збір.